Recording in progress.
Okay. Well, good evening and welcome to the Federal Way City Council meeting for January 6th of 2026. Well, would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everyone. I could say as the mayor, it's really great, and speaking for the council as well, it's always gratifying to see this many happy faces at a city council meeting and to fully participate. For many of us up here, it was a long year last year that have led to this very happy moment. It's great to see so many family members and members of our community. So we have some swearing-ins to do. Then we've got the business that we need to take care of every 2 years, which is the election of a council president. That is the individual that heads the city council. That election process will follow after the swearing-ins of the city council, myself and the newly elected and sworn-in council members. After that, we will have as I mentioned, the election and then swearing in of the new council president. And then we have after that, we will have the Judge Larson provide us with a gift that we will explain a little bit later, a very special gift that Judge Larson, in fact, Judge Larson's in the back of the room. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Also, before she heads off to Olympia, State Representative Christine Reeves is with us. Okay, and I know as I see folks that are elected officials and public officials in the audience, I'll announce them.
Jim,
with that, yes.
Juan Reyes, Lake Haven.
What's that?
Juan, Lake Haven.
Oh, of course, Juan Reyes. Let's give Juan, our newly elected Lake Haven Commissioner. I would have got there, Juan. All right. Now, let's go ahead and start the process. That would be me. I get
Jim,
yes.
I have to add an item to the agenda.
Oh, Council President?
Thank you. So I move to place consent agenda items 5F, interlocal agreement, King County Metro for bus stop enhancement, to council business.
All right.
Okay. I need a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to add those items to the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter is added. Thank you very much. Okay, now it's time for the oath of office. First, it'll be myself, then it'll be Councilmember Martin Moore, then Councilmember Melissa Hamilton, and then Councilmember Les Sessoms, and then it'll be our new judge, Judge Danielle Havens, and then we'll go to the election of the council president. With that, I will step forward for the oath, and I think Heather Dunlow, our city clerk, will swear me in. Wow.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Jim Farrell,
having been duly elected to the office
having been duly elected to the
of
office
the City of Federal Way Mayor,
of the City of Federal Way Mayor,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States
that I'm a citizen of the United States
and of the state of Washington,
and of the state of Washington,
that I will support the constitutions
That I-
and laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the City of Federal Way, Washington,
of the City of Federal Way, Washington,
and I will faithfully and impartially
and I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law and the best of my ability.
according to the law and the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Joining me this evening is my wife Wendy and my son Benjamin. Okay, and now it's time for Councilmember Martin Moore.
Small humans, yay! That's what this is about right here, Future of Federal Way. All right, Councilmember Moore, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Martin Moore,
having been duly elected to the office
having been duly elected to the office
of City of Federal Way,
of City of Federal Way,
Council Position Number 2,
Council Position Number 2,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen
that I am a citizen
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state of Washington.
and of the state of Washington,
You are too. That I will support the Constitution
and that I will support the Constitution
and the laws of the United States.
and the laws of the United States.
The Constitution,
And the
He's
Consti- Can you see it?
the Constitution
The Constitution
and the laws of the state of Washington,
and the laws of the state of Washington
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the City of Federal Way, Washington.
of the City of Federal Way, Washington.
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for
in and for
the City of Federal Way, Washington,
the City of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law
according to the law
and according to the best of my ability.
and according to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations,
Thank
Councilmember.
you so much.
That's okay, I'll do it later. I'll take that. There you go. Okay.
We'll do this sign certificate.
There you go, yeah, just, here, we'll flip it like that. You hold it, it's not mine. Congratulations.
All right, and now it's time for Melissa Hamilton. I will administer the oath to newest council member Melissa Hamilton. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Melissa Hamilton,
Having been duly elected to the office
having been duly elected to the office
of Federal Way City Council Position Number 4,
of Federal Way City Council Position Number 4,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States
that I am a citizen of the United States
and the state of Washington,
and the state of Washington,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
and the Constitution and the laws of the state of Washington,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the city of Federal Way, Washington,
of the city of Federal Way, Washington,
and I will faithfully and impartially
and I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for the city of Federal Way, Washington,
in and for the city of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law
according to the law
and the best of my ability.
and the best of my ability.
Congratulations. And now, Councilmember Les Sessoms. And our dear friend, Judge Leroy McCullough, will administer the oath. Oh, he's just getting the robe ready. Judge McCullough was on the King County Superior Court bench for many years. Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon or good evening to everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here again at this city council meeting, the meeting of the city people, the council, the city that's on the hill. And I just have to say, pardon the protocol interruption, that this is a tremendous opportunity for you, my brother Les, and for the family that's with you, and for all of us who reside in King County to experience your genius, your compassion, and just your willingness to work. So with that, I'll ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Les Sessoms,
Having been duly elected to the office
having been duly elected to the office
of the City of Federal Way Council Position Number 6.
of the City of Federal Way, City Council Position
Number 6, that's right, that's right. Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States
that I am a citizen of the United States
and of the state of Washington,
and of the state of Washington,
that I will support the Constitution and laws
that I will support the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the City of Federal Way, Washington.
of the City of Federal Way, Washington,
All right. And I will faithfully
and I will faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law
according to the law
and to the best of my ability.
and to the best of my ability.
Congratulations to you and your beautiful family. Do you want to tell people who you have?
I'm joined here by my two beautiful daughters, Dr. Christina Sessoms and Camille, and my brother Daniel Sessoms, and my wife Nancy.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, we've got two Your Honors in the court with Judge Larson. Okay, and now we're on to our dear friend and our newest judge, Danielle Havens.
Well, nothing like following a King County judicial legend.
This is Judge Lizanne Padula. And there is no greater honor for me than being sworn in by one of my very dearest friends. Thank you.
All right. Our task is to get through this without crying.
It's not going to happen.
If you will raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Danielle Havens,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Washington,
and the Constitution of the State of Washington,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Federal Way Municipal Court,
of Federal Way Municipal Court,
Judge Position Number 2,
Judge Position Number 2,
for the City of Federal Way,
for the City of Federal Way,
King County, Washington,
King County, Washington,
to the best of my abilities.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations. Now, if you'll indulge me briefly while she does the robing ceremony.
Thank you.
One more. Thank you, Judge Padula. Your Honor. All right. Okay, and now, first of all, I don't want to take a whole bunch of time, but maybe just a minute or two for each of the new council members, just to say a few words for their friends and family and supporters. We'll start with Councilmember Moore. Go ahead.
I do have a 5-page speech, but I want to take a moment to say a few thanks. One, I just want to give a special shout out to Representative Christine Reese for taking the time. She's doing like 15 things at once, and to have her here to do this, it means a lot to me. Thank you so much, Representative, and really for how you lead in our district. It simply is amazing. Also want to thank my family, my in-laws. Chris, can you do the princess wave? My father-in-law, Cindy, if you can do the princess wave, and Sarah? Oh dear. Sarah is managing 2 brilliant children of mine. I don't know where she is.
In the back of the room.
In the back of the room. Thank you, by the window. Got to be really descriptive where she is. And thank you to my mom, Sylvia. Obviously, a lot of most everybody knows that I was adopted, and that's something that holds near and dear to me. And I always say that if it hadn't been for my parents, I wouldn't have this opportunity. And I think that's really important to note that. And I get emotional about it because it's such a powerful thing to come from a different country, not knowing what your future is, and to be sitting here at a dais representing an enormous amount of a great city that's full of so many amazing individuals. And to me, that is such a big deal to me. And I just want to thank I forgot Matt and Shayla. They're my cousins out here. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say thank you to my wife, who is on this wild and crazy adventure, who always is supportive of my passion for public service, because she takes the grunt of a lot of stuff, taking care of the kids while I have late night meetings or out in the community somewhere or something's happening. So thank you so much, Sarah, for everything, for being there for me. It means the world to me. I'm just excited to be coming back to City Council. There's obviously a lot of work ahead of us. There's a lot of advocacy that I want to to work on, such as our really advocating for our youth, advocating for our immigrant populations, and making sure that we're focused on creating a safe and thriving communities. I mean, I had kids join me because really this is about opportunities. This is about creating opportunities that where we can open up the doors so they can have a future that they can be thriving in. And they are the future. And that is what I'm going to be focused on in the next 4 years. And I'm just looking forward to working with my colleagues and with the mayor's office. And with that, I'll give it back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, Judge Havens, I give you a minute to prepare. Well, after we go through the council, I'll ask you to say a few words as well. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the community. We live in an amazing community. As I see so many people out here, I've spoken to many of you, maybe here in these chambers, or maybe at your doorstep. I went to a lot of doors and met a lot of you already. So I'm excited to get to work, to move Federal Way forward. I see Federal Way as a place that is truly full of opportunity, full of generous people, full of people who care, and want to see this city thrive. I also want to just thank my family out here, my daughter Bethany in the back row here, my husband, my sister-in-law, and I am going to call you my sister-in-law. Her and her partner aren't married yet, but they're going to be. And my mom, I see my mom back there, my son, my sister, my brother-in-law, my friends, I see my brother here, Wes here. So thank you all for coming. Thank you to all my friends and family for coming, and thank you to the Federal Way community for the trust that you've put in me to lead here.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Sessoms.
Well, today I'm deeply honored and profoundly grateful, first to my wife and my daughters for being here, my brother Daniel driving all the way up I-5, battling traffic. Take the train next time. So to all of you in the crowd who worked with me to win this seat, I want to say a wholehearted thank you to you. Without you, I wouldn't be here. The voters of Federal Way are the most special people that I've come to know. It's been a wild 6 months, and I hope to prove everyone right, live up to expectations. I know that I have it in me. With your continued support, I will continue to be a leader. I will continue to listen. I will continue to have integrity and ethical leadership. I hope to see many of you out there in the community rolling up your sleeves, working together in a collaborative way to make this the jewel of the Pacific Northwest. So I appreciate everyone showing up and all the smiling faces. Too many to name by names, but you know who you are. And I want you to know how dear you are to my heart, and that's why I'm here. So thank you.
Judge Havens, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. It is my honor to be here tonight and to be your newly elected judge. I can't even tell you how grateful and appreciative I am. Judge Larson, thanks for the path that you've tread here and the way you've established a brilliant court. And I look forward to filling this role and trying to fill your shoes. I've got big feet, but they're not quite that big. And I really appreciate you retiring so that I could run for this role. I did not want to run. I was hoping that someone would call me up and say, we'd love to appoint you to our court. And I am so grateful that I did run, that I was forced to, that I had the opportunity to get to know this community in all of the amazing people here. from your incredible elected officials. I got to know all of them while I was on the campaign trail because they are all out and about at every single community event all the time. These people all love this community so much and are completely devoted to serving it because they're not doing it for the money. They are all here because of their love and their heart for this community. I met incredible people, and my friends from the Federal Way Community Caregiving Network are here with me tonight, and I am so honored that you're here, and it has been just such a privilege to work with people who love their community so much and devote so much of themselves to the service of it. I am so grateful for all of the members of the Kiwanis Club that have been so wonderful and supportive. I'm especially grateful for my friend Kim Hensley, who is here tonight and who is just a gift to Federal Way. She is the very definition of a public servant, someone who spends each day of her life thinking about who she can help and how she can help them. And if I can do that on the bench, I will feel so very accomplished. I am supported tonight by so many of the court staff that I have worked with in other places. And you taught me how to do this job. And without you and the help that you gave me and the guidance that you gave me from my mentor judges like Judge Christopher and Judge Padula, who is the only reason I'm standing here. She swore me in when I was becoming a pro tem, and she got to swear me in tonight, and that is incredible. My dear friend Ellen, who is the court administrator in Puyallup, is standing back there, and I learned so much from her about how courts work and about setting up great patterns. And I'm so excited to work with Marion, our new court administrator who just started in December. My friend Joey is here, and we've worked on the DUI court in Kent together, and it's been a profoundly impactful experience for me, and I hope that we can continue to grow Judge Larson's community court and other therapeutics in the city of Federal Way. There are so many of my dearest people in this room tonight, and I love you all so much, and I'm so grateful that you came here. Especially Tim Milios, who was my boss for 22 years, and his incredible wife, who was at my 10th birthday party. That's how long we've been friends. And then there are my dear, dear brothers, Michael and Matthew, and my sister-in-law, Jen. My sister-in-law, Christine, was unable to be here tonight because her mom had surgery. My best cousin is here from Portland, supporting me tonight. And all of you other dear friends. I have incredible children, and my daughter's here. My son is on the way. And I am so grateful for the support and care that they've given me. My friend Chuck Lyson, who is my personal photographer and knows where my little eye is, and his dear son. But I really need to stop and thank my parents who are watching us via Zoom tonight, and their support and encouragement, their love, their nurture, the modeling of what it means to be an ethical person, the modeling of what it means to be an active community member has just meant so much to me. And over the last 4 years, I could not have continued existing as a full-time pro tem without their incredible support and care for me. So I feel very, very blessed and fortunate, and I'm grateful to be here, and I will serve Federal Way with as much integrity and thoughtfulness as I can on a daily basis. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Judge Havens, and we're so happy to have you. Thank you so much. Well, I just want to say just very briefly, first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much to my lovely wife, Wendy, and my son, Benjamin. They have just been really the rock that I have depended on. And I just want to say how grateful and honored I am to be elected to another term as your mayor. This is really one of the greatest honors of my life, and I really truly appreciate it. It's one of those things I come in every day excited about the future of this city and everything that the promise that we have in this community. I'll work hard for you every day, and I think probably the most important thing that we can do as your council members is be in the community, like Judge Haven says, but to listen to you. And I think really the hallmark, one of the things I've really tried to say is when we have people come to the podium, I think that's the most important part of the business we do in any council meeting is to hear from the people that we work for, which is you. And so it's my honor to serve another term. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to the work that we have to do together. And we've got a great council. I'm honored to sit here with my colleagues, and I look forward to working with you. We've got a lot of work to do, and with that, we should probably get started with the next process. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, now it's time to elect the leader of the council. That position historically originally had been called the deputy mayor, and then there's been some migration of the terms in regard to the roles. The position now of the leader of the council is called council president. As set forth in the laws and the council rules, there is a selection process, an election process for that position. It's contained in the Federal Revised Code, and I will go ahead and list the election process or how we're going to go about this. Okay, so reading from Appendix A of the Council President election process. And if any time, Council, if you have questions, go ahead and ask once I get through reading all these. Any council member may nominate a candidate, no second is needed. Number 2, nominations are closed by a motion and a second and a 2/3 vote of the council. Number 3, if only one nomination is made, it is appropriate to make a motion to obtain a second to instruct the city clerk to cast a unanimous ballot for that nomination. Approval is by majority vote of the council members present. Number 4, if more than one nomination is made, an open election is conducted by roll call vote. And by that, it means as we start going through from position 1 through 7, they announce the name of the person that they are selecting during that process. To be elected, the nominee needs a majority vote of the council, which is 4. Number 6, elections will continue until a council president is elected by a majority vote of the council. Number 7, the mayor will declare the nominee receiving the majority vote. Those are our rules. Council, are there any questions before we get started? Okay, that being said, I will now open the floor for nominations. Councilmember Walsh?
I nominate Linda Kochmar.
Okay, Councilmember Kochmar is nominated. Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Martin Moore.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sessoms. Martin Moore. And Councilmember Hamilton.
I nominate Jack Walsh.
Okay. Councilmember Walsh is nominated. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I'll ask just once more. Are there any other nominations? Is there a motion to close nominations?
I move to close nominations.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to close nominations. The 3 nominees so far are Linda Kochmar, Martin Moore, Jack Walsh. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe we should hear from them. I'd like to hear from them.
Well, we will.
It's just a motion to
This
close.
is just the motion to close.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of closing nominations?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, nominations are closed. All right, and now we will, I think that's a good idea. Let's hear from the 3 nominees. Councilmember Kochmar.
Well, I thank you very much, Councilmember Honda. I really appreciate the last 2 years as your council president. I've tried very hard to work with all of you. I think it's very important. We've had a wonderful council where we've been able to work together, and I think it's really important. I was really happy to hear all of you talking about how you all want to work on behalf of the community. And we don't all have to agree, because we won't, but we don't have to be disagreeable. And so when we have disagreements, we can talk about the disagreements in private, but in public, we should work on behalf of all of you. I've been around long enough to have seen fights on the council, and that's not appropriate. And I think that we're all as concerned as we are about the community, trying to do our best in our own way. And so, but I do, before being council president, Susan Honda was council president before, deputy mayor before me. Before that, I was state representative. Before that, I was actually in Jim's office before Jim. I painted it yellow, Jim. But thank you. And so it's been a real honor for me to be a part of this community this many years. And so I do appreciate the nomination, and if I am selected, I will continue to work on your behalf as much as I possibly can, speaking to all of you, making sure you're all heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, this is about a choice. I want to begin by acknowledging that Councilmember Kochmar is once again running for council president. She has served in that role for the past 4 years, and I respect the time and commitment she has given to this council. But at some point, we must look to the future, and choices matter because change matters. We already have a few new council members, and there is a real possibility that we could see several more in the near future. In moments like that, we need steady leadership, someone who understands this institution, the relationships, and who can guide the council as we move through complex policies, issues, and budgets. I'm not new in this work. I bring experience to the council, and I have actively been involved in all of our committees, engaged and have served on the PIC committee, which is the Public Issues Committee, at the regional level through Sound Cities Association, and I have earned my advanced municipal certificate through Association of Washington Cities. Being council president means more than running some meetings. It's about leadership. It requires collaboration and communication with all council members, and being present and engaged with each member of this body. My goal is to build up and support the growth of this entire council, so every member is informed, supported, and able to contribute fully. I bring energy and I bring passion to this role, but also the willingness to do the work, to listen, to collaborate, and when necessary, to work constructively with the executive branch while upholding the council's responsibility and independence. I respect Linda's service, but I believe it is time for new energy, a forward-looking perspective, and leadership prepared to guide the council through what comes next. In closing, like in the past, I have truly loved serving on the city council because it gives us the opportunity to build relationships with one another and to work together with purpose. It allows us to step back, strategize, and remind ourselves why we on the council are here to serve, which is to serve, to make people's lives better, and to create a thriving community for all. That is why I'm running to be our leader, and I ask for your vote and consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Now, Councilmember Walsh.
Thank you, Melissa Hamilton, for the nomination. It has been a great honor for me to serve on the City Council the last 4 years. And I've had the opportunity to serve with people who I consider friends, who I respect, and who I value the relationship with them. I believe that a person serving as council president needs to command the respect and honor and to have absolute integrity, and for that reason, I plan on voting for Linda Kochmar as council president because she's the person who embodies those things. And she has done an outstanding job as council president, previously in other elected offices. She's a person above reproach. She's a person who commands respect, and she is the person who I want to serve with her as council president. If by any chance she's not doesn't get the 4 votes needed, I would gladly serve as council president, but she is the one who should be our council president. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll ask our city clerk to go through council members 1 through 7, and when the council members are called upon, they are asked to state their preference by candidate or however they want to vote. So with that, I'll turn it over to our city clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Asafa Dawson.
Abstain?
Councilmember Moore.
Martin Moore.
Councilmember Honda.
This is a very difficult vote. Martin Moore.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Walsh.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Sefcoms.
Martin Moore.
And Councilmember Kochmar.
Linda Kochmar.
With that, it is tied.
Okay. All right, so now you guys, the rules, everybody here, I've been talking to legal counsel about this because I had a feeling we may get here. I want to let everybody know that the council rules basically say we have to pick a council member tonight. So hope you brought some sleeping bag. No, I'm kidding. We're going to go through it a couple times. We can always call a recess, we'll see what happens. Okay, so I say maybe let's do another one, see where we're at, and then go from there. So Heather, let's run the roll call one more time.
Okay. Councilmember Asafa Dawson.
So I just want to say something. I do have respect for both, and you both have strengths you bring to the council. There are just questions that I have that I'm not comfortable voting for either. But I will support whoever gets this vote, and whoever wins, I totally will work with you. I have no problem personally at that level, so I just want to make that clear. With that, I'm going to stick with my vote, and I'm going to abstain.
All right.
Councilmember Moore.
Martin Moore.
Councilmember Honda.
Could I say something?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm sorry.
It's a vote.
It's
We
a vote,
can't,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, Martin Moore.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Walsh.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Sessoms.
Martin Moore.
And Councilmember Kochmar.
Linda Kochmar.
Tied again, Mayor.
Okay. Well, let's 3 times the charm.
Mayor,
Yeah.
there was some indication that people wanted to speak some more. Maybe if you could give them the floor.
You bet.
for
Why
another
don't
vote.
we do that before we go to a third ballot? I think Councilmember Honda indicated that she had something she wanted to say.
Thank you. So I served in this position for 6 years, and it's a position that requires a fair amount of extra time than if you do a good job. But in reality, so this is what I see in a council president. I believe that the council president should be involved in Sound Cities Association and Association of Washington Cities committees and boards. And I believe that because it's important to get Federal Way out into King County and into the state so that people know that we exist and that we have a great council and a great city and great representation. I believe that the council president should be involved in the community. And most of all, I want to see this council grow, have more of a say in how the city operates, which there's some limits to that, but I want someone with a vision and someone with a future in the city. And I do believe that the position I mean, serving 6 years was nice, I had the time, but I do believe that we need to grow the council and grow the council members in leadership positions. So thank you.
All right. Councilmember,
Well, I appreciate that, Councilmember Hond, I really do. And as a former chair of the Public Issues Committee, and having been involved with Sound Cities prior to it being called Sound Cities, when it was called Suburban Cities, and being involved in National League of Cities, many of the other organizations, as well as being in the state legislature, I think I've been around quite a bit in the community, supporting the city and trying to lead it forward in many of the ways that we need. For example, I believe that the loop, we used to call it the Triangle Project, with Highway 18 coming off of by Costco, that's now an overpass. I went to Washington, D.C. many times in my own vacation time to go 7 times, 7 years in a row. 5 times, Mayor Park and I got $12 million. Of that $12 million, it was seed money to go to the state legislature to get the $100 million it took from the legislature and the federal government to build that first half of the loop, the triangle. We need to now finish that loop and go to the other side. And so that is something I do want to work on, and it's going to require a couple of years of asking for the money for those projects. So I hope Christine Reeves is still here because we need a lot of money for that. But actually do agree with you that we should be doing that and being involved regionally. But also, as far as leading going forward, I do think that we do have some excellent new council members, and I think that they will pick up very quickly on how to move forward. And I think that we're going to be leaving it in very good hands when we do leave this council. And I see that there's many people in this community right now who probably are very interested in being involved as well. So I do agree with you totally, and I think that those are very good points, and that is something I have been very much involved in, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you so much. You know, it's really interesting because I do respect Councilmember Kochmar, and she's obviously she's been around and has a lot of knowledge. But you know, I stepped up to this role unexpectedly because I think at the end of the day it's about choice, and I think we really need a council member who's in tune with us. I think we need a council president who is listening to all of us, communicating with all of us, and helping move this council forward together as one team. That's what it's about. And I've been in the trenches. I think some of my colleagues, Councilmember Zafadasan and Councilmember Honda, know my passion for what I want to see in a leader. Councilmember Honda and I, we've had many debates. And I think it's really important that we see someone who's going to advocate for all of us, someone who's going to work with all of us, someone who's going to be in touch with all of us and work in collaboration with the executive branch. I think that's really important. We can't have leadership that's MIA, and I'm not implying that there has been, but I just really think we need someone who's in tune. We are electing a leader for us, and that's what I'm running for, is to make sure that we're all working together, we're uplifting all of our desires that we want to see on the council and shining a light on that. And I think that's really important. And I think the most important thing, as I've said to some, is that when I want to be accessible. And I think that's critically important in the council president leadership. I think it's really important. And I think that is an opportunity for us to put all of our feelings aside and work together. And that's going to be my job, and that's what I want to do, and that's why I feel it's necessary to step in, because we need something new. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over. We need something new, fresh. This is a new start, so let's start in that capacity. Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Walsh and then Councilmember Kochmar.
You know, I agree with what Councilmember Moore said, is that we need somebody that can work with everyone. And that is why I firmly support Councilmember Kochmar to do that. She has proven that she can work with everyone, and it's very, very needed that we have someone that can work with everyone. Somebody who's a proven leader, someone who, she's in public service for a long time. She hasn't won all of her elections. At times she lost elections, but she stayed active in the community, even when she lost the election. She stayed at the forefront, very, very active in the community. And I think that that's a sign of somebody who truly loves our community, is somebody who, even if they're not in office, continues stalwart and active as a servant leader.
All right. Councilor Kochmar?
Well, I was just going to say, thank you very much. There is an item on the agenda. It has to do with the committee chairs and committee selections, and I've already talked to everybody on the council about what their desires were. I tried to accommodate everybody's request as much as I possibly can, and that item is on the agenda tonight. I've already talked to everybody about what their concerns are and what they want to have on the retreat agenda, which is at the end of the month. So no matter where the vote goes tonight, I'm hoping that we can move forward. It's a nebulous term like choice and a nebulous term like moving forward can mean something to everybody in your own mind. And so what I just want to say is that no matter what we do, we do want to move forward on behalf of the community. And the one thing I would just ask for all of us in this community, because we all have very definite opinions. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have a definite opinion, is that you open your mind and you say, gosh, somebody else has a different opinion. I have mine. I need to listen to somebody else. And I think we need more of that. So I'll just say that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Honda and then Councilmember Acevedo Dawson.
Thank you. I want to say that I respect each and every person on this council, and the mayor also. And I realize this is a weird position to be in because we've never actually done a 3-3. It's always been either 7-0 or 4-3, I believe. And so anyway, I just want everyone to know that I respect them. I am glad that when this is over, we will just keep working together. And which is one of the best things about this council is that even when we've disagreed on things, we've always been able to work together.
Yeah.
And you can't say that about every council, but you can say it about this council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Acevedo Dawson.
Actually, I was going to say what Councilmember Honda said, but I do want to reiterate that I do appreciate everybody who stepped up to do this. It's a great honor to be on this council. And I do appreciate the new members, and I want to get to know you better. And so my decision, again, is based on, not on their skills, not on their, what they bring to the table. I just had other reasons for voting the way I did. If we're going to do another round, that's going to be interesting, but I'm ready for it, and let's move on. Unless my question is, if it's the same 3-3 tie, does the mayor break the tie, or what happens then?
I can. I don't want to. And I say that for a reason. I have always been, I've been very scrupulous about wanting the council, the relationship between the council and the mayor is one that we've all learned at elementary school level about separation of powers. And it's something I take very importantly, just like the independence of the judiciary, something I'm going to be speaking about at a conference here soon. We have our respective roles, we have our respective differences, but that is, once I got wind that this was, we did not know it was going to come to this. Normally you kind of get a sense of these things, about which way it's going, and within the past 48 hours, we got word that it was not going to go the way we thought. I did search that out, and I do have the authority to cast the deciding vote, which I do not want to do out of respect and deference to the council. But we can't be here all night either, and we'll need to govern. So if I have to, I will. But I'd like to give the council a few more opportunities to do that. And actually, before we did that, I would want to recess. It's an extraordinary step to take. The only time I did something like that before was when we were appointing a council member. It caused some hard feelings. I did not want to do that. I felt like I needed to. But I take my role very seriously as separate and apart from the council. And I think that we have a very positive, healthy council. And I think the relationship has been one of between the mayors, between myself and my staff, our staff, and it is our staff. And the council has been one that's been filled with respect and a collaborative nature. But somebody's got to be the council president. The decision's going to need to be made. Does anybody, Councilmember Kochmar, did I see a light on?
No.
Okay.
I think you should just take the vote. I mean, I don't know what.
Okay. Any other comments? All right.
Councilmember Asafa Dawson.
Martin Moore.
Councilmember Moore.
Martin Moore.
Councilmember Honda.
Martin Moore.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Walsh.
Linda Kochmar.
Councilmember Sessoms.
Martin Moore.
And Councilmember Kochmar.
Linda Kochmar.
Mayor, the vote is 4-3 for Councilmember Moore.
We have a new council president. Okay. Please raise your right hand. I, state your name,
I, Martin Moore,
having been appointed to the position of
having been appointed to the position of
City of Federal Way Council President,
City of Federal Way Council President,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States
that I am a citizen of the United States
and the state of Washington,
and the state of Washington,
and that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and I will support the Constitution and I will support the laws and Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington
and the Constitution of the state of Washington,
and the laws and ordinances
the laws and ordinances
of the City of Federal Way, Washington,
of the city of Federal Way, Washington,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
in and for can you say it again?
the City of Federal Way,
The
Washington,
city of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law
according to the law
and the best of my ability.
and to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, everybody, why don't we take like a 5-7 minute recess so everybody can say before we move on to the other items of the business. Let's say 5 minutes. Just be a second.
I started when I voted for you for deputy mayor.
I know.
To this day.
Who?
It was between you and
Well, thank you.
And what have you done to me?
Where do we begin? All right. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. That was probably the longest 5 minutes in recorded history. All right. Okay, before we get any further, Council President Moore, did you have a motion with regard to a particular item?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I move to postpone item 6A, council confirmation of committee appointments, to the next regular council meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion, and a second, to move that, that business item to the next council meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Your Honor, thank you. Judge Larson has a very special gift and a presentation to make to us, and thank you for waiting, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Well, it's not as much of a gift because it is the city's role, but behind me, and Councilmember Kochmar references this quite a bit, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights, and that was when I was president of Kiwanis in 2000. That was a gift the Kiwanis gave to the city. It was actually hung originally in the old city hall, the one before this one, and then I did not coordinate the placement, but it's in a great placement because anytime anybody's up here speaking, the people see the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, the Constitution you guys swore to uphold tonight. And so it's a reminder, and the gift tonight is what I paid for is the shadow box and the plaque on there. And the gift, and thank you, Mayor Farrell and Bill Vadino for working on this. It's much appreciated. Because it's a gift that's kind of a punctuation point for my career too, because I tried to live up to those guidelines, tried to live up to those, and what it is, it's a robe that I wore for 15 years straight. It wore out, the elbows were wore out, the inside was tore up. For whatever reason, the belly, I'm gonna rub against the bench, so it was kind of wore out. And so it's something, the reason I did that, and the plaque kind of tells the story, and if you don't mind, I'll just read the plaque. So Judge Dave Larson served the people of Federal Way in many ways, but served I can't see very well, as one of our municipal court judges from 2008 to 2025. Judge Larson wore the robe seen here for the first 15 years on the bench in solidarity with taxpayers and the people he saw in court who were struggling with life. He refused to have it replaced and wore it tattered and worn out. It was finally replaced only after the cost of repairs exceeded the cost of the new robe. The robe is displayed here as a reminder that government officials are the servants and not the masters of the people. And then it cites Article 1, Section 1 of our state constitution. All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the government and are governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. And I just want to express my gratitude to Mayor Farrell and to Bill Vadino for allowing this to happen. And it's going to be hung somewhere in council chambers. It'd be great if it was hung right there, but right next to that Constitution. Because I'm disappointed that some of the people left, because the messages that this has is that it's really the ills that are affecting us now is that we in government have lost sight of the fact that we truly are stewards of the public trust, and we are people that are supposed to represent all and not just to represent certain interests, and that it is a trust that we're given that we are servants and not masters. And it's what I've tried to live for almost 18 years on the bench and when I was on the school board before that. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to serve and grateful that this is here. Hopefully the message makes some difference in some way. And again, I want to express my gratitude. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Do we have it here?
You want to unveil it?
Yeah, let's unveil it now. Here, let me come down. And there's pictures on the plaque of the inside of it because it doesn't do justice the way it's displayed. So we can unveil it. 3, 2, 1.
So you can see the worn out sleeves here, and then the holes in the elbows. You gotta get close, but the inside is really tore up. Again, I wore that for the first 15 years on the bench. Anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Grateful City, thank you. All right, that's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for Mayor's Emerging Issues and Report. I'll talk fast or quickly. Okay, that's a few weeks ago when I actually signed the oath of office and signed the certificate of election. They're here in council chambers. Next. Okay, so we had, as you all know, the light rail grand opening on December 6th. Absolutely phenomenal day. That picture there in the bottom left is now hanging in the office. That's me saying a few words. It was really one of the great, what I call mountaintop moments in the city of Federal Way. Monumental, 100-year infrastructure. Very happy day in the city. Next. We had the Chamber of Commerce luncheon on December 3rd. There's Bill and I, Bill Vadino and I there with many members of the council, and the chamber always does a good job. In fact, there's another chamber luncheon tomorrow. This was a few days before the big event on the 6th. This was on December 3rd. Myself, Pete von Reichbauer, and is it Bill Boyce from the City of Kent City Council. There was many elected officials and appointed officials and Sound Transit folks. Took a preview ride at Sound Transit. It was really great to see a lot of people that played instrumental roles in something that was decades in the making. So that was kind of a, like I said, a preview. All right, next. Then we had the Jingle Bell Brunch on December 6th. December 6th was a big day. As you could see, even later that same day, with Jingle Bell Brunch was at the community center. That's something that we do every year. It was absolutely fantastic. And then later that night, we lit the tree. We had the tree lighting ceremony at Town Square Park that evening. So December 6th was a big day. Okay, next. Then we had the legislative breakfast with our legislators. And our two state house members were there. Our senator was unavoidably had an unavoidable conflict, and we very much appreciate Representative Taylor and Representative Reeves and the entire council for that process and going through our legislative agenda. So it was very positive. Then I did really one of the things that's just people, in fact, actually, I think it was during this visit at Lakeland Elementary, I was asked, what's your favorite thing to do as mayor? And that's it right there, reading to kids over at Lakeland Elementary on east of the freeway. And boy, were they just a smart group of kids. And I asked all kinds of really good questions. Then on December 18th, we had cookies with Mrs. Claus over at the community center. And John and his team, I see you in the back of the room. The Parks Department is called the Good News Department, and they just did a phenomenal job. All right, next. Okay, upcoming events. We've got the Martin Luther King Day celebration at the Performing Arts and Event Center on January 17th. And I believe that starts at 10 a.m. Was that right?
The ceremony actually starts at 10:30.
10:30.
But there'll be opportunities to kind of hang out in the lobby beforehand. So 10 o'clock is a great time to get there.
Very good. Okay, then we've got our annual City Council retreat at Dumas Bay. That's on Saturday, January 24th. It's free breakfast is provided, an opportunity to hear what the council is planning and envisioning, not just for this year, but in the years ahead. It's a great opportunity to sort of really vision and work on those issues that are upcoming. All right, then we have the compost workshop at the South King Tool Library on January 24th, and again at the Tool Library. All right, then we've got the Mending Fair at the Federal Way Library on February 1st, and we've got the drive-through recycling event at the South King Tool Library on February 7th, and the 2026 State of the City Address by yours truly at the Performing Arts and Events Center on February 19th. That's on a Thursday, and we'll start the address at about 6 p.m. All kinds of community members and a great opportunity to come together. You can actually visit the tables in the lobby and all the local governments and nonprofits and commissions and city departments are going to be there, and just a real good opportunity to hear about our accomplishments this past year and the agenda coming up for this year, and an assessment of the state of the city. All right, next. Okay, now we've got council committee reports, and why don't we go with, actually, we don't have any council.
We don't have any committees.
Right, we don't have any committees right now, so we'll have, I guess we could bypass that. Council President, you've been council president for all of 10 minutes. Do you have a report?
I have a lot to report on. No, but just thank you for the first vote. I appreciate it, and certainly look forward to working with you guys on reassigning committees and presenting that at the next council meeting. I look forward to listening, being thoughtful, and putting everybody in the right, in their respectful places. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you. All right, and now for the most important part of the evening, to hear from you, the public that we work for. We've got a lot of public comments. Remember, you've got 3 minutes unless you have, I believe the rule is having 5 people with you that have signed, and then you would get 5 minutes. But other than that, you get 3 minutes. Green means go. Yellow means you've got 30 seconds. So when you see that first light go on and you're starting to kind of wind down, really start to wind down, you've got 30 seconds. When the yellow goes on, and red means please stop. We don't like to interrupt people. Okay, also, we all know the rules of public comment, and also, I think it's important just to remember, without getting, technical, please direct your comments at the entire council, or we don't want comments directed at anyone individually. We can figure it out, but I think we just want to keep a certain level of decorum. With that said, let's get started. Why don't I call a few names out? You can cue toward the back, and we'll go from there. Justin Braun. Joanna Hall. I see MAR, let me put that aside for a second. Todd Gunther, Mike Bullich Ziegler, John Paul Yapali, Bob Darrigan, and Ron Kaler. That'll be it for now. And then at some point we've got, is MAR here? I see both in-person and virtual. Do we have
On Zoom.
On Zoom? Okay. Remind me, we'll do that after the regular comments, or the in-person comments. Okay, Justin Braun.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Nikki, and this is Justin. We represent the Pure Washington Recovery Navigator Program. Since 2022, we have supported over 200 individuals in Federal Way from referrals that we have received from the Federal Way Police Department, including encampment sweeps and live police calls, helping individuals access detox, treatment, and other recovery services. Today we come here and we sincerely thank you and the Federal Way Police Department for your continued support and partnership. And we truly appreciate the impact that this collaboration has had in the community.
Yeah, I'm Justin, and I'd also like to just personally thank the council and the entire Federal Way Police Department for trusting and supporting the program. We're especially grateful to Officers Peterson, Losfar, and Taylor, along with so many others across the department for their ongoing collaboration and dedication. Your partnership allows us to meet people where they are and connect them to resources that truly change lives.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Hall. Is Joanna here? Okay, I'll put that aside if we see Joanna, and that's in person. Okay, Todd Gunther.
Waiting for the green light. There we go. Good evening, everyone. There's a lot of happiness in this room tonight, and I congratulate each of you there this evening. My name is Gunther, and I've been the deputy mayor and city councilor of Orting for the past 12 years. I'm also newlywed, and I just moved here to Federal Way. I got lucky, and I married this beautiful woman right over here in the second row, and I'm a very lucky guy. So To the families that are still in attendance tonight, you have a lot to be proud of. These lives are about to enter, these new counselors' lives are about to enter a power blender. They don't know it yet, but when they have their first executive session, they'll start to see that. But despite what they're going to endure, they literally will affect thousands of lives during their tenure. So, as a new kid in town, I wanted to come and congratulate you. And since it's always interesting hearing what someone has learned before, I thought I'd share a few things that I experienced during my 12 years, and maybe it'll be of some help to you as new counselors. First, always answer your email from citizens. Over my tenure, I'd venture that the majority of city councilors do not answer their email. And it upsets folks. So all you have to do is have a simple thank you for writing, and I appreciate it, and folks will be much happier. Second, have a thick skin. Forgive often. You will be criticized by the public, misrepresented by the press, let down by your colleagues, and may even lose a few friends or family. This job can be messy, but what a meaningful difference you're going to make in this city. Third, be independent. You will notice early on that the counselors will grow closer to some than others, and they will start voting the same month after month. This is rarely a good thing. You should come to the dais ready to disagree at any time, or even to stand alone, and sometimes even to risk relationships or to disagree with the mayor, as good as he might be. Because as he said, there's a division in bodies. Fourth, be people of action. I've served beside dozens of electeds over the years. Many promise a lot, and then they come and they just warm a seat. Don't do that. Bring new ideas, research topics, think big, and be one of the politicians who do it right. Fifth, read your council packets before meetings. Staff and fellow councilors immediately know who reads it and who doesn't. Nothing earns respect faster from those watching. Am I out?
You can
Good
wrap
Lord.
up just real quickly.
Oh, okay. I'll very quickly. Lastly, number 6. Once elected, remember you are called to serve everyone equally, including the outcasts. Every night you'll turn to the flag behind you and say the Pledge of Allegiance and justice and fairness for all. That principle is usually easy until it comes to folks that the public doesn't always like, such as the unhoused and the immigrant. Your calling, though, is to be higher than that. And always remember that flag and the pledge that you make. Thank you, good luck, and be impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther. And we are very fortunate in this community to have a Federal Way mirror, and Keelan, our steadfast reporter, always gets it right. So when you get a chance, that's our reporter right there. So when you get an opportunity, make sure you say hi, and welcome to Federal Way.
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can we encourage him to apply for commission?
Commissions. That's a good idea. Again, welcome to Federal Way. All right. Okay, Mike Bullich Ziegler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Bullich Ziegler. I live in the Twin Lakes neighborhood, and I moved to Federal Way in 2020. I wanted to come and thank Councilmember Moore for his comments during the December council meeting. At the end of that meeting, he rightly called out and addressed the repeated use of illegal alien during an earlier public comment as dehumanizing language. I moved to Federal Way because I value living in a diverse city. I want my kids learning from other cultures and experiences, and it pains me to see what my immigrant neighbors are going through. It was refreshing to hear Councilmember Moore's comments, as I haven't personally heard much, if any, defense of our immigrant community from our city leadership during this past year of relentless attacks from our federal administration. The city may feel it is helpless in counteracting these attacks, but some of your recent actions and silence have actively eroded my trust that I have that the city truly understands and values immigrants in our community. Last year, the city celebrated 3 new in-home daycares opening up, with the mayor and council proudly appearing at the ribbon cutting, one of which was a Somali daycare. Right now, the Federal Way Somali daycare providers are having to face vigilante wannabes who are showing up at their homes demanding to see young children that they care for, as if that's how you investigate fraud. It's baseless harassment and disgusting racism. You can't show up for the ribbon cuttings and then abandon that community in silence in their greatest time of need. Many of our neighboring cities have decided to pause or cancel their contracts with the private license plate surveillance company Flock after their repeated failure to safeguard sensitive license plate data from being used for immigration enforcement. Our courts have also decided that anyone can make a public records request to request anyone's personal license plate activity in Washington because our state law has no protections against it. Federal Way has decided not to only continue using Flock, but is adding more cameras, trading away everyone's privacy for a little bit of protection. The council also recently pushed through a flag ban in our city. It is clearly disingenuous, on one hand, for the city leadership to promote and participate in the many wonderful cultural events throughout the year in our city, and then on the other hand, completely exclude those same communities from such a decision, and that is not leadership. I think we should all ask how our city is meeting this moment of need, because your recent actions and silence on these issues tell me that we are not. Our immigrant community needs your support, and I want to see more leadership from our leaders, not just when it's easy, but also when it's hard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Paul Yapali.
Honorable Mayor, members of the Federal Way City Council, I'm speaking on behalf of Nested Communities, a 501c3 nonprofit that has served families in Federal Way and South King County since 2017. Nested Communities provide community-based food security support to less fortunate families with children. Each quarter, we serve at least 25 families, and during the most recent holiday season, we supported more than 50 families with funding from donors and the Renton Regional Foundation. In addition, we hosted a Thanksgiving community dinner for 137 residents, low income, ensuring access to nutritious food and fostering community connection. Our food security work is integrated with education support, digital access, healthcare navigation, and civic engagement, helping families achieve greater stability and long-term well-being. This approach aligns closely with the City of Federal Way's priorities around equity, access to services, education, food security, and civic participation. We are respectively requesting financial assistance in 2026 city funding to expand food distribution for Federal Way families with children, especially during high needs period. This investment will enable us to serve more families consistently and strengthen community-driven solution. Thank you for your time, leadership, and continued commitment to the resident of Federal Way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Derrigan. And then as Bob makes his way up, Bob, let me announce some of these. The next is Ron Keeler, Jeffrey Tancredi, Anna Patrick, Dara Mandeville, Dr. Janice Clark, Alexander Milston, Alice Sakos, Clifford Cawthorn on Zoom, Allison Fine, and then we'll stop at Allison. Okay, for then. All right. Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of general comments. First of all, I remind everybody that there's 350 52 days before Christmas, so get ready. Yeah. And if you haven't made your what do they call it? New Year's resolution, all right, you probably broke it already, but I hope that the one of them that you make is that you make a decision to join one of our wonderful service clubs that we have in our community, or one of the nonprofits. Be connected, and it's a wonderful community. Kiwanis and the Rotary, Seroptimus are just a couple of those, and of course our Lions. We meet, by the way, every month right back there at that table, and we share ideas and ways that we can work together for you, or for members of our community. They're very, very special. Well, I'm also representing today the District Lions. I'm the leadership coordinator for the entire district, which is 76 clubs. And they would want me to tell you that on the 11th of this month, we're celebrating the birthday of Melvin Jones. And he's the man, the businessman, an insurance man that started our organization over 100 years ago. He's doing wonderful things to this date. So we are all alive and well. Again, I want to encourage you to look into the service clubs and see what you can do to make our community even better than it is. Thank you, council. Thank you so much that you've said yes. I want you to know I will be praying for you. I have 2 groups I go to. Tomorrow morning I'll be at a prayer group, and I'll be starting a card for you individually. So I expect it to come to you, always encouraging you and loving you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Ron Kaler.
Well, that's a big man to follow. Good evening, council presidents and mayor and newly elected council members. Welcome aboard. My name is Ron Kaler. I'm a 32-year resident of Federal Way. Raised my family here and all. Last night, a subject I want to talk about that touched my wife and I. We went over to the Safeway on 320th there and went to go shopping. And I don't typically shop at that Safeway because of what exposure I find when I go around. There's a lot of derelicts, and I say that respectfully, but people who are dealing in inappropriate behavior out there. Tonight we witnessed just a few feet away a drug deal, passing of their drugs, and there was about 5-6 guys right there by the opening of the Safeway, and you know, it's a common thing in that particular Safeway. My wife did a 911 call. She got a good respect dispatch on it. They called her back. They investigated it, and sure enough, there was some activity going on. In addition, there's a RV, one of those dilapidated RVs, in that parking lot, and the officer, a very polite officer, thank you, for the police department, responded and said that vehicle is under investigation and observation. So that is good that things are being watched, but we're just seeing that that area is just becoming a prolific area for things going on. I see the guys that deliver the drugs, they go on the bicycles, they come through, they hit the group, they swarm up, and I don't typically, like I say, go there. We go to either Fred Meyer over whatever the other little one is my wife goes to. Anyway, but my daughter won't go in there either at all. So I just wanted to bring that up. Concerning a lot of this activity that we're seeing nationwide on the child care fraud activity, I just hope that's not activity in Federal Way. I know there's some record of a lot of particular ethnicity child care is going on, and I just hope that our city and our police force will be in support of rooting out fraud activity in whatever realm it's in, and that we curtail the money that's being siphoned out of our taxes into areas that shouldn't be placed like that. But I want to say Happy New Year. It's going to be a great year, 2026. I mean, you got a lot of things accomplished there, Mayor, with that light rail. I know a lot of people that have been on it, and they're very excited about it. I haven't been on it yet, but for $6, that's a great ride. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Jeffrey Tancredi.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council President, Council members. Congratulations on your elections and re-elections. Jeff Tancredi, Federal Way resident since 1997. So tonight, I wanted to mention that I supported President Trump's decision to have Maduro arrested. To the extent that it relates to Federal Way, we have a drug problem here. We have a drug problem, a serious problem here in Federal Way. I was a private citizen before 4 or 5 years ago. Somebody walked up to my driveway and said, "We got a problem here in Federal Way." And I got involved. And I said, "What do you all do?" She said, "Well, we go to the council meetings and things like that." So anything that can be done by our federal government, because it's certainly not done at our state level, to limit the drugs, the illicit, dangerous drugs coming into our country, I'm all for it. A lot of families have been destroyed right here in Federal Way because of drug addiction. And unfortunately, our last 5 presidents from either party failed to secure the border. Drug traffickers, they hate secure borders. They hate it. Child sex traffickers, they hate secure borders. They hate it. They despise it. For the first time in my lifetime, a president had the courage, the will to secure the border. Under Section 212F, Foxtrot, little f, under Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the President of the United States doesn't need Congress. They already gave him the authority. The President of the United States has the authority to limit who comes into the country. But no president in my lifetime had the courage to secure our border. And when you don't have secure borders, Americans die of drug overdoses because there are people that make the drugs and do whatever they can to get them into our country. 73,000 Americans die every year. Now, if you look at the totality of the Vietnam War, many years, 55,000 Americans died. That's a lot. But that was over many years. In 1 year, 73,000 Americans die from drug overdoses. So whatever the President of the United States can do to limit drug trafficking from coming into our country and killing Americans, I'm all for it. So thank you, Mr. President. Drive on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anna Patrick. And then Dara.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Anna Patrick, as you just heard, and I am a resident of the City of Federal Way. I want to speak briefly about governance and public trust. I understand that serving on the City Council is a nonpartisan role, and I also understand that the state law allows council members to hold partisan affiliations. My concern tonight is not only legality, but about the appearance, fairness, and structure influence, particularly when it comes to the position of Council President. Council President role carries significant authority, especially in setting agendas, prioritizing items for discussion, and shaping what issues receive public airtime. When that role is held by someone who is also the head of a partisan political organization, as posted on the City of Federal Way website, it raises a reasonable question for residents. How does the city ensure that the agenda setting remains neutral and inclusive of all viewpoints? I might add that there's also some significant nonprofits listed there. Even when everyone acts in good faith, agenda control is not something a person can easily recuse themselves from. That is why many cities adopt best practices such as rotating leadership, shared agenda committees, or clear guardrails around leadership roles to protect public confidence. I'm asking the council to be thoughtful about how leadership decisions are perceived by the broader community, particularly those who may not align with any political party. Transparency and balance are essential for maintaining trust in a nonpartisan governing body. Congratulations to those who were sworn in tonight. Thank you for your time and your consideration, how these decisions impact public confidence in our local government. I'd also like to just share my support for the drone program. I think it's great that we add another tool to our police department. I think we can add some guardrails that are similar to body cameras. I kind of think of it the same. I've read some police reports where we haven't had enough drones available for a situation where they've wanted to prevent a serious situation that could escalate or become very risky, high risk. So I would like to support that program, so please consider that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dara Mandeville.
Good evening. I promise you guys that I didn't ask this gentleman to come from Oregon, but I'm following right in behind him by what he said. I want to briefly speak about the importance of preserving a public comment process that welcomes differing viewpoints, even when those don't align with your own. Public comment in this room is not about agreement. It's about ensuring that Federal Way residents have a space to be heard without fear of being judged, corrected, or morally evaluated and chastised by their elected, nonpartisan officials. That's all of you guys. When residents come forward and use legally recognized terms that appear in our country's law books, they should be met with professionalism and respect. Never should a public commenter be lectured from the dais about their personal character or religious faith in a way that feels intimidating and ultimately silences opposing viewpoints. Following the last council meeting in December, I submitted a letter to the council, to all of you, including the mayor, raising these concerns after a community member was publicly scolded by a council member. I did not receive a response, which is why I'm addressing it tonight at the podium. Sorry, I wrote it down so I didn't lose my space. Okay. I also want to be clear that residents are paying attention and won't go away. I'm pretty sure you're tired of seeing our faces at every single meeting the last 4 years. Even the ones that are boring and it's just business as usual, we're here because clearly we care about our city. If the council wants to earn and maintain the public's trust, it must foster an environment where people feel safe speaking and confident that their government will listen, even in moments of disagreement. This is how we strengthen civic engagement and uphold the principles of civility and free expression, which is what you guys depend on. Additionally, because you were elected as nonpartisan officials, I believe it is very inappropriate for city council members to list partisan party affiliations and positions on the city's website. Doing so undermines the spirit of neutrality required for nonpartisan offices, and I would suggest the city attorney review this issue. And I would also still appreciate a reply to my email. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Janice Clark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and I rise to thank you and Bill for the donation that you guys gave for the veterans last year, and with the hope and promise that we're in the new year, and so we are looking forward to a rapid conversation about the great need that still exists with especially Black women and Native women that are veterans in Federal Way, particularly, but in King County. I got a disturbing statistic throughout the United States, over 300,000 women, period, Black women, out of the workforce. So we are really concerned about making sure that we have job opportunities for those women, especially those, we don't discriminate. Safe Homes is 30 years old. We've been serving in King County for 7 of those years. and will continue to do so. But I do want to, while I have a minute or so left, I want to remind us of the First Amendment of the Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble. And the fifth is, and to petition the government with the big G for a redress of grievances. And so, as I was last at the podium asking Mr. Mayor for the continued support of being here 7 years to receive tangible, adequate funding to support the programs for the veterans, but especially the women veterans in the city. And I'm hoping and looking forward that you still have that at the top of mind, and that hopefully Bill will connect, and that we're able to move forward in this year and not too forward from now to get those fundings that is so desperately needed. So I appreciate, again, the small donation, but we need more.
All right, thank you. Alexander Milston. Then Alice Sakos, Clifford Cawthorn on Zoom, Allison Fine, Roger Magnuson, Colin Cayley, Terry Pugh.
Hello, I'm Alex, and I'm a resident of Federal Way. Also, I'd like to congratulate the new electeds on the council, particularly the new council president. I'd also like to say that I'm proud to have a council president who has stood up for the immigrant communities, especially calling out the use of terms like illegal immigrant, and saying that attacks on the immigrant community have no place here. I strongly agree with that. I'm saying that as someone who, unlike the person who said illegal immigrant, has been gavelled down at this podium. So I'd like to talk briefly about the flock cameras. The city must fully divest and stop using flock cameras. Studies from UW, specifically, quote unquote, leaving the door wide open, shows that flock gives ICE information about Federal Way residents even when the sharing option is off. This is done through both backdoor and side door access, often without notifying the police department. These security concerns have grown since a judge ruled that flock's information may be given with a FOIA request, which includes the personal information of people. Multiple cities in South King County have banned such cameras, and Federal Way must do the same for the safety of our community. ICE's kidnappings must not be welcomed or accepted here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Actually, we've got somebody waiting on Zoom. It's Mar, M-A-R. Let's have that person at this point. Mar, can you hear me? Is that person still on? Well, we'll come back to it. If do you see that person logging on? Okay, why don't we go to Alice Sakos? And we'll do the Zooms at the end.
Hello, my name is Alice, and I'm from Tukwila, though my girlfriend lives here, and I used to live here, so I still consider the city my home and the people here my neighbors. As has been said previously by some other people who come up to speak, flock cameras have been used to spy on people and give that info to ICE agents. They lie to police departments and residents about the studies on it. And court documents show that it's not right to spy on people. Follow other cities and please ban flock cameras. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll put the Zooms, Clifford Cawthorn is on Zoom, but we'll do that after the in-persons. Allison Fine, and then Roger Magnuson.
Hi. Congratulations to everyone who was elected tonight. I meant sworn in tonight, sorry. And I don't know, I guess I'm just disturbed at this point, listening to my neighbors be openly racist once again. The flock cameras, the data shows you what they do, and I don't think we should be putting our neighbors in jeopardy of being removed for things without any sort of legal reason. I think that city council members should be responding to you. I don't care who they are, because it sucks when they don't. I think that I've been here for 12 years now. I will always consider myself a Californian in some way, but I'm definitely a Federal Way resident, and I love the city. But we gotta find a way to do better, y'all. And that's all of us. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way we're ever gonna be on the same page on everything. But like, calling someone an illegal alien is hurtful. And we don't, even if it's a legal term, it's hurtful. We should stop. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than when former Councilmember McDaniel said, hey, let's take those covenant, laws and do something about them, even though they're not even in effect. But we had laws that said, I can't sell a house to Janice because she's black. Nobody follows them, but they're still not okay. So we're trying to make inroads to just right those wrongs. Just because something is legal doesn't make it okay. And if you can avoid harm, avoid harm. And that's really all it comes down to. So Jeffrey, we can say whatever we want in our private lives towards each other, but it's so hurtful when we come on the dais and we say those things and we forget who we're harming. To talk about, daycares and certain members of society and stop. Like, we can't be those communities. It's bothersome to me, and I think that we should do better, all of us. And I would love to see more forums available and more spaces available for us to sit down and say, and have community meals and community conversations that are productive. But really, I really just came up here to remind you to come to Martin Luther King. I'm on the Diversity Commission. We have a huge festival. We have a huge program on the 17th. Please come to that. If you truly care about your neighbors, that's a great place to fellowship, and I hope to see you there.
Allison, give us the time, place, date again.
Sure, at the Federal Way PAC, which we all pay for. February 17th, it starts at
10:30 to 1 o'clock.
Thank you. I'm so tired. Thank you, Keith and Evan. Yes, it's a really important thing. And if you guys don't know, the speaker that is coming is a gentleman whose wife was murdered in the Charleston 9. And he is a pastor, and he is coming to speak about healing and forgiveness. And I hope to see my black neighbors, my white neighbors, my gay neighbors, my stand-up neighbors, my city council neighbors, my mayor. Please come, all of us, and celebrate the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, and maybe let's talk about finding a way forward and some healing.
Very good. And it's January 17th, a week from this Saturday. So
what the mayor and Keith said.
That's right.
Thank you, and congratulations again, once again to everyone.
Thanks, Allison. And a big thanks to Bill Vadino. If you've seen signs around town about the MLK celebration, and you've probably seen a few, big thanks to Bill Vadino for putting all those out. Thank you very much, Bill. Okay, let's see here. Roger Magnuson. Is Roger here? Uh-oh. Okay, Colin Cayley. And then after Colin, Terry Pugh. And then Harold Booker. All right, Colin, the floor is yours.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Colin Cayley. I'm a 27-year resident of Federal Way, proud member of SEIU 925, and I'm here to talk about both the drones and the flock cameras. So first on the drones, MIT Technology has found no evidence from any third-party study that drones reduce crime. A funny thing actually about the drones is, they tilt up towards the horizon when they're done at the scene, which was actually implemented because of public backlash. But actually, it stays filming on its way to the scene. So that includes, people's backyards, private property. All of that is recorded as the drone is on its way to the scene. Which I think is incredibly intrusive. And finally, our incredibly diverse population, where over 100 languages are spoken in our public schools, deserves more than drones. Many come from war-torn communities, and the last thing they need to see or hear is another drone buzzing around their communities, and no one deserves to be traumatized. On flock cameras, again, it assumes guilt with its wide scope. It's easily abused by police or others. And the most vulnerable will pay the price, as we always do. Low-income folks, working class, immigrant communities, black and brown neighbors will all bear the brunt of this. Redmond and Linwood have ended their contracts. Olympia and Montlake Terrace, I believe, have canceled their contracts. Or have, paused their contracts with Flock. The UW Center for Human Rights raised grave concerns about Flock and showed that ICE is able to access our data. I again demand that we end our contract with Flock. If we truly love this community, like the judge remarked earlier, because we want to make sure that we care about all of our neighbors. And not just the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Pugh. She left? She left. Okay. All right, Harold Booker. Then Nathan Orth. And then we'll get into the Zooms.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you to everyone on the dais for being a public servant. Serving the public, being a servant leader to, as many of you mentioned, clearly listen and gather diverse ideas, concepts, and opinions, and then working collaboratively together to come up with the best solution. Because most of the time, being on the far edge of whatever, we have our eyes sort of closed. So as a servant, a public servant, you need to hear everyone and then find the bits and pieces from that to pull together to find the best solution for our community. And I appreciate all of you for trying to keep that in mind and trying to step forward as you collaborate together to serve our community. I'd also like to talk a little bit about the flag policy and the challenges and the issues with the flag policy. The opportunity for our diverse team members, citizens, to be able to stand up and have a little pride about whatever their area that they identify with and feel proud about is such an awesome opportunity. Now, on the other side, we can look at the positives for our business community as the World Cup comes to Seattle. As I read the policy at the moment, if one of the countries decided they wanted to have their supporters group stay in Federal Way, At the moment, we couldn't raise the Belgian flag and say, welcome, we welcome you here. We couldn't do that based on our current policy. I suggest we review that policy or send it to our Diversity Commission because there were legitimate concerns about how to improve it, and let someone come forward with a positive suggestion as to how we do this better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nathan Orth.
I'll make this thing a little taller. Good evening, Mayor Farrell and Council. My name is Nathan North, and I'm a resident of Federal Way. Last year, a tattoo artist who works in Walla Walla filed public records requests for the ALPR, aka flock photos and data of about 50 public agencies across Washington. He ended up suing 10 cities, including Sedro-Woolley and Stanwood, whom didn't provide their images and data after his public records requests. November 6, the Skagit County Superior Court ruled on that case. The specific conclusions of the case were flock images generated by the flock cameras located in Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley are public records under the Washington State Public Records Act. The flock camera images generated by the flock camera located in the cities of Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley are not exempt from disclosure under RCW 4256-240. The flock camera images generated by flock cameras located in the cities of Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley are not exempt under RCW 4256-540. An agency does not have to possess a record for that record to be subject to the Public Records Act. And finally, flock camera images are created and used to further a governmental purpose. The flock images created by the cameras located in Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley were paid for by Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley and generated for the benefit of Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley. So, RCW 4256-540 is short and general. It states that agencies can request a court block access to public records. Basically, it says, letting the public see the record would clearly not benefit the public, and it would cause serious and permanent harm either to a person or to essential governmental operations. RCW 4256-240 is a long list of specific exemptions where records cannot be disclosed. It includes things such as active investigations, names, and identifying details of victims and witnesses, that sort of thing. When body-worn cameras were introduced, a large and detailed section was added to the law to ensure the expanded scope of surveillance was explicitly addressed and restrained. Body-worn camera footage can be withheld or redacted when it would invade privacy, including footage showing the following: medical treatment or health information, inside of homes, minors, intimate images, dead bodies, domestic violence or sexual assault victims, shelters and domestic violence program locations. No comparable technology-specific exemptions for any of those exact same things exist if they are captured on video either by drone or flock camera. The scope introduced by these technologies far exceeds that introduced by body cams, and as of yet, that scope is not addressed in any way by the law. We are getting over our skis and allowing Federal Way to be a testing ground for unproven and unrestrained technologies. Please consider saying no to the drones and reconsider the flock cameras until the state can put serious guardrails in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Mar back on? Okay. Is Mar there? Hello?
Mar, you'll need to accept being promoted as a panelist.
Can you hear me? Mar? Did you hear that? You need to accept being a panelist? Can you hear me? Okay. Maybe, and we don't have any contact information for this person, do we? Okay, let's see if we can reach out or have Thomas back there do it. Okay, then we've got Clifford Cawthorn. Is Mr. Cawthorn still?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you've got 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Clifford Cawthon, or you can just call me Cliff. I live in the city of Kent. However, some of you might know me from my previous work with Habitat for Humanity, and some of you might know me for my advocacy or policy work out in my day job or as an educator. But I'm here today as an individual and as a fellow member, or as a fellow resident of South King County, in solidarity with the Federal Way residents, a number now that have spoken against drones and also against the use of flock cameras. Number of them have made points that I was preparing to make, so I won't go into too much detail. But first of all, when it comes to flock cameras, last November, the courts ruled that the footage, including images, can be accessed through a public records request. In addition to that, these systems have been shown to have backdoor and even side door access, and not to mention that these are largely managed and operated by public entities alongside the city of Federal Way. So there are a number of different touch points as to where the data from these cameras can be used for nefarious purposes, whether to harass communities that have already come under harassment and racist scrutiny due to misinformation and disinformation that many people have mentioned tonight, or due to a, quite frankly, racist and capricious federal government that is being led by someone who denies the reality of the January 6th attacks, which we are on the 5th anniversary of, a day in which we could have very well lost our democracy. And I, as someone who is very much so committed and was deeply appalled and shocked by those attacks, and as someone who originally came from the great state of New York and had friends down New York when the towers happened, seeing that kind of attack on our democracy, just as seeing that attack on our country as a young man, I think all of us would agree that those tragedies need to be taken seriously. And given the temperament and the abuse of power that we have seen from this administration, in that spirit of taking the attack on our democracy seriously, that I would urge you to consider another path forward. And last but not least, with drones, similarly,
actually,
they violate privacy and they violate people's ability to feel safe in their own communities. There's a better way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. We appreciate it, Cliff. Did we get Mar on the phone?
Unfortunately, I don't believe so. Mar says via email, I accept, but unsure how to navigate on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. If we hear from him, let me know. We'll interrupt the meeting. We want to hear from everybody that wants to weigh in. Okay. That completes public comment. Again, thank you very much. We've got a very diverse community, a lot of diverse opinions. Thank you very much. It's imperative that we all hear this, and we thank you very much for the time you took today. All right, now moving on to item 5A, item 5, the consent agenda. The consent agenda can be passed all at once. These items have gone through council committees, but I'll go ahead and read the items, and I'll ask if a council member wants to pull any particular item or items for separate consideration. All right. 5A, approve the minutes for the December 2nd, 2025 City Council special meeting and regular meeting. Item B, approve the minutes for the December 10th, 2025 special meeting. I believe that was the legislative breakfast. Item C, approve the AP and payroll vouchers, October 1 through 31st of this year, 2025. D, approve the monthly financial reports, October 2025. E, interlocal agreement, Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC Task Force. F, interlocal agreement, King County Metro for bus stop enhancement construction. G, interlocal agreement, City of SeaTac for 2025 through 27 commute trip reduction, CTR services. Item H, interlocal agreement between King County for regional stormwater disposal facility services. Item I, contract amendment, Eagle Tire and Automotive for fleet maintenance. Item J, contract amendments, Eagle Tire and Automotive for fleet maintenance of police vehicles. Item K, contract amendment, Macmore Incorporated for right-of-way landscape maintenance services. Item L, lease agreement, Valley Road LLC for the downtown police substation. Item M, Human Services Commission Food Insecurity Grant Recommendations. And item N, authorized purchase, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment for the joint use operational facility. Item O, authorize a bid for the Federal Way Community Center electric vehicle EV charger stations project. Item P, grant Transportation Improvement Board, TIP, Complete Streets Grant for the City Center Gateway Project. Item Q, award contract WSDOT, Washington State Department of Transportation, Transportation Demand Management Implementation Grant. Council, are there any other, I think we had heard previously from Councilmember Walsh, you wanted item M, M as in Mary?
Yes.
Pulled
Yes,
for
item
separate
M, pulled for
consideration?
discussion.
Okay, item N has been pulled, M has been pulled. Council, are there,
Is that M as in Mary? or-
M as in Mary.
yeah, M, yeah, thank you.
And Mary, just as a reminder, item F has already been pulled as well.
Item F has been pulled,
Has been put on business.
pulled on business. Thank you very much. Councilor Honda?
I'd like to pull item L, approve the lease agreement with the downtown police substation.
Okay, item L. Okay, and, all right, are there any other items? All right, Council President, do you have a motion with respect to those, the other items?
So moved.
Okay, and for the record, that's items 5A, A through E, G through K, N, O, P, Q. Is there any, there's a second? Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matters passed unanimously. Okay, let's take them in order. Item L, the lease agreement.
Mayor, if I may interrupt briefly, we do have MAR C available. Actually, I'm not sure if they're on now.
Oh, I am on.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. So sorry, trying to navigate this. I'll go through it very quickly, my 3 minutes. I
Okay.
appreciate you taking the time to listen.
Okay.
So a couple of things. My main concern is around the first responder drone program. As a city, as a homeowner and resident of Federal Way, very concerned with the type of surveillance, and just trying to figure out, very echoing what a lot of folks have mentioned, what protocols have been placed to ensure that, any kind of information, surveillance is securely stated within the Federal Way Police Department. I can state that, I've been connecting with Auburn, the city of Auburn itself, as it relates to flock cameras, and they had mentioned that while they don't share the information with federal agencies, they really have no control over, the information that flock shares with any federal agency. So basically, once it leaves, either Federal Way or the cities, folks have little control of what agencies, what flock does with that information. So that is like one of my biggest concerns, just the amount of surveillance that is going on already. And the little protocols that have been placed currently is really very concerning, right? And then two, just kind of like these questions, since I am very new to this, trying to figure out how do we find out if such program does get approved, and how do residents of the area make sure that our data and information, any kind of video, images stay secure within the Federal Way Police Department? And obviously, who has access to it? How many years is the information, how many years does the information stay within the system? And in addition to that, just kind of like ensuring that if it does get passed, right, because from everything that is happening, right, folks have little control to what's going on right now. Just what can the city do to protect its residents and making sure that our homes are protected. I know a lot of folks say, hey, I have no issues with people taking images of me or videos. I'm not hiding anything. But at the end of the day, it comes to, our information being out there and us having little power of, how it's being used. And, just kind of any follow-up that you may have for us would be very helpful. Like I said, I'm not sure entirely how this whole process works, how it gets approved, and if we as residents can get some feedback on that would be very helpful.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks for keep trying. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear from you. Okay. All right. And thank you, Heather, for making sure that happened. Okay. Now we're still working through the. We've approved the other items were not pulled. Item F was previously pulled. Item L, Councilmember Honda is with regard to the lease agreement with the downtown police substation.
Thank you. So when this went to committee, we had quite the discussion about this. And one of the questions was, with Sound Transit, public safety officers, where do they have space and could we possibly share space with them? We never got an answer to that.
Okay.
And then the other thing that we talked about and something that I'm very interested in is having a fuller service police station there. So on the building, it says Federal Way Police.
Yeah.
We have up to 30,000 new people coming through downtown Federal Way, or so, we've told, with light rail. And currently, you go to the door, you can't get into the police department, you have to call 911, and a police car will come. There was an older woman last summer that had her phone taken from her downtown. She couldn't call 911, and she couldn't access police, and she was there. I was there at one point this summer on a Saturday, and a gentleman came up. The internet had directed him, he was looking for the Federal Police Department, they had directed him to that building. It was closed on a Saturday. And so I told him where the police department was. He didn't have a vehicle, he didn't have a way to get here. And I really feel for the safety of our residents, of the people using light rail in our downtown community. We need to, if we're going to rent this space, which I agree that we need space downtown, either share with Sound Transit to save some money or create a police substation that is open maybe 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. when we have the majority of the people using light rail, so that they can go in and there would be a police officer there, or someone who could get them a police officer, that the door is unlocked, they don't have to call 911.
Okay. Chief, would you like to-
That was our discussion.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to address those items?
Sure, Mayor. With the light rail coming in, the security force that's at the center, literally across the street, there's 11 security personnel, 5 assigned to the second floor, 6 security personnel assigned at the ground level, and there's also a security officer. These are 3 separate vendors that Sound Transit Sound Transit hires, and there's a 12th person that patrols the parking lot. Not full-time, but they're a significant part of the time. So it's a tremendous asset for Sound Transit to invest 11 security personnel 24/7, 7 days a week. There's also phone for people to call police from the transit center. So should someone run into a problem or encounter warranting a 911 response, they can contact any of the security force there. They will contact Valleycom. We also have, we increase our staffing of our special operations unit to 9 officers. They're assigned, really the primary function is the security around the transit center and downtown. It's imperative that it's safe down there, so we are investing additional officers down there, and they're working in partnership with the security force there. At the transit center, there's two office areas. It's not adequate or large enough to put our police force in there, but there is a break room for the security force, the 11 security officers that are there 24/7. There's another break room for the Sound Transit, Metro Transit operators, bus operators, for them to take a break there as well. So there's a strong presence of police and security force. Our substation, we have 2 working units working out of there during office hours, but preferably I want them out in the field. They're uniformed personnel. They should be visible out in the field, not sitting in the office waiting for a police report to come in. I do not recommend putting a staff 24/7 or even business hours at that time. I don't think it's the most efficient way of operating the police department. Citizens who need to file a police report can simply come to City Hall. If they need a police officer or something happens there, I just explained to you the security force that's in place with Federal Way Police and Sound Transit. So there's a robust security force there. There is absolutely no need to have an officer or a civilian staff sitting there. I don't think that's a very efficient way.
Do the bike patrols leave their bikes there, come and go from there?
Yeah, one of the units signed there is Special Operations Unit. So they work out of the downtown office, and our traffic officers work out of the downtown substation there.
And Councilmember, I had the same, when we first started doing this 12 years ago, I had almost the same reaction when I talked to the chief about it. One of the reasons is we want to be careful that we don't have like a small number of personnel there and then have a safety situation in which that person is essentially cornered or by themselves. And so you create a situation, when you create a situation like that, you've got to make sure that it's a safe environment as well. So I think that's a piece of it. But I want to let you know why we do what we do. Okay.
I just lost mine. Okay, there it is. Come back. I'll go ahead and support this, but I want to continue working, especially since this 2026 is a budget year.
Yeah.
In talking to people around town, there is desire to have a police station downtown where individuals can go if they need to go. And I'm not talking about having a police officer sitting there all the time. I think it could be a civilian person. I would like to explore it and not just shut the door on it. But I will go ahead and move approval of item M on the consent agenda. Or item L, I'm sorry.
Yeah, item L. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, and what I will do, Councilmember, I'll commit to you, I'll talk to the chief about this. I think when I originally, want to do this, I had envisioned sort of a police precinct. Seattle has precincts like the West Precinct, the East Precinct, the North, the different types of precincts. We'll take a look at it, I'll talk to the chief and see, I don't want to overpromise. But I think we, what I hear you saying and what I hear, likely some thought about this is to have more of a presence there and to make
Correct.
sure that when people show up, maybe even it's having a phone there as well. So we'll work on that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Walsh?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I fully support this. It sounds like one of Councilmember Honda's concerns is that there can be a false expectation
Right.
on behalf of the public.
Yeah.
And is there a possibility in the meantime of, perhaps we would be better off on removing the sign, Federal Way Police from it. They go ahead and use it for what they're using it for now, but not create that false expectation that somebody can go directly there for help, especially with additional security across the street at the Sound Transit Station. Just an idea. I don't know whether it's a good idea, but want to toss it out.
Yeah. Okay, I'll hear that. I'll talk to the chief. Any other discussion about this?
I would think that would be a good idea, because instead of people thinking that they can go there for assistance when they have to call 911 to have an officer show up, an emergency can be seconds. And if you don't have the ability to call 911, or we get a phone there that goes directly to 911, we've got to do something to make it safer and to make it more accessible for the public to get the help they need.
All right, we'll work on it. Okay. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're probably thinking this already, but I know that you said you'll work with Councilmember Honda on this issue, but
I'll work with-
obviously, the entire council wants to know a follow-up on this.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
just wanted to put it out there.
Very good, okay. Okay, there's been a motion and a second, a good discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, matter passed unanimously. All right, on to, let's see here, on to item M, the Human Services Commission Food Insecurity Grant Recommendations. Keith Niven, our Community Development Director, will give just a brief overview. You don't have to go through the whole thing.
I will go very quickly. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council President Moore, and council members. Keith Niven, Community Development Director. So I will quickly go through this. Policy question is, should the City Council approve the Human Services Commission Food Insecurity Grant recommendation? And we went through, this went through the Parks, Rec, Human Services, Public Safety Committee. So we got $100,000 from King County to basically help mitigate some of the impacts from COVID back in 2022. And we decided that food insecurities was the top issue. We opened an application process. We got 8 applicants. The scoring criteria that our commission used was there a clear description of the scope of work, recipients of service, lingering effect of COVID pandemic, measurable goals timeline, the goals and service units are appropriate for the funds requested, the applicant has relevant experience, and the project budget is complete. This is a snapshot of the commission's scoring of all the applications. So the applicants are on the rows and the commission members are on the columns. And as you can see here, basically the top 3 averaged scores minus Health Point. We talked about why Health Point was crossed out, and I can go into that tonight if you want to, but the top 3 scores received the recommendation from the Human Services Commission. And at the committee conversation, Nested Communities was brought up as a new organization that the city council was unfamiliar with and wanted a little bit more information about, and I think that's the primary reason why it was pulled off the consent, was to talk about that a little bit more in detail this evening. So Nested Communities is an organization within Federal Way. And they do provide food services, both a food pantry and a hot meal service. I appreciate the gentleman coming here this evening from Nested Communities, and Vivian Alexander from the Human Services Commission is here tonight, so I'm supported greatly if there are questions. And really, the recommendation coming forward to the City Council is to take that $100,000 and allocate $29,000 to Bridging a Gap. They provide food service for children, work with the school district. Multi-Service Center, Food Bank, $44,000, and then Nested Communities would be $27,000. And the mayor's recommendation is to support the Human Service Commission recommendation, and I'm here for any additional questions.
All right. Councilmember Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Keith, and also I want to thank Jean-Paul Yafali for being here and making those comments. In the committee meeting, there was discussion, this is you related. I think most of us had never heard of Nested Communities before, and we wanted to make sure that there was indeed due diligence done on finding out about the organization itself. The Human Services Commission did a great job on scoring the applications, but I think that there needs to be more than just a scoring of applications. We need to be making sure we're doing due diligence about the organizations that are applying. And I had the opportunity this afternoon to go and sit down for probably about an hour with Jean-Paul and had a very great discussion with him, saw the benefit of the program, and anyway, I'm fully supportive of this at this point, but I wanted to make sure that we had done that due diligence. And as far as I'm concerned, we have now done the due diligence.
All right, Councilmember Sessoms and then Councilmember Kochmar.
Yeah. So I am curious about why that one organization was stricken. What was the?
Yes, so Health Point asked for a pretty significant amount of money, and based on the number of individuals that would be served or benefited, it was disproportionate to the others, so in a negative way. So the amount of money that they requested and the number of benefited individuals was a low ratio. And so what staff did is we talked to the commission about that and said that it really didn't make sense for them to be a grant recipient because of just, it was a low ROI. In other words, in terms of the investment made with the public dollars, we felt in comparison to the other applications that the city received. So it was primarily, it was a cost per unit, and as you saw, that was one of the criteria that the commission was supposed to gauge them by. So they were cut for that reason.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kuchma?
Thank you. I think it would be a good point for you to explain where this money comes from.
Sure.
And how this whole thing works for our new council members and also the people in the audience who are wondering.
Sure. Thank you, council member. So this is a one-time grant. So this, unless the city council can find $100,000 in the budget process for the next budget cycle, this was a one-time COVID funding that we received from King County to help with lingering pandemic effects. And due to just some staffing turnovers within my department, we really didn't get to it until this last year. And there was a request from King County that we go ahead and commit the funds because it was just kind of sitting in limbo. So this was a one-time King County funding allocation. We identified food insecurities as what we felt was the top need in our community at the time. And so we went ahead and did a normal grant notice and application process like we do for the human services grants and for the CDBG grants that we do.
Thank you, Keith. So thank you, Councilmember Walsh, for taking the time to check into this because of the discussion in the entire nation about COVID money and how it's being used. And we wanted to make sure that our community is very aware that we are doing due diligence. And it was a good thing that you talked to John Paul about nested communities. That's a new group. We'd never heard of them before. We knew Bridging the Gap was the lunch program through the schools that our volunteers do each month, each week, providing a lunch for the children to take home on the weekends. So they're bridging the gap from when they don't have food at home to when they have food at school. And then, of course, we all know who the Multiple Service Center is, so that was easy, but we had never heard of nesting communities before, so that was a good thing to do, the due diligence, and I think appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Honda?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for talking to me and answering my questions. And it's nice to meet you, John Paul. Thank you for your service. I understand you've been around since 2017. And the more locations we have where people who can get food, the better. And I would just like to thank you for your service. And thank you, Vivian, for your work on the Human Services Commission and the entire Human Services Commission. You put a lot of hours and time into making decisions and advising the City Council, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hamilton?
Like many others have said, I had concerns initially, only because I had not heard of nested communities before. I was very well aware of Bridging the Gap. Valerie Danforth does an excellent job there. I was very well aware of the Multi-Service Center. I volunteered there, actually, and I've seen in action what they do. So those were my concerns. Is the food part of what they do, is that a new program? Because I didn't see that originally on the website.
So, and I can't speak, so let me know if I'm off target. The hot meal program from their application said it started in '23, so it's been around for a couple years. And the food pantry started?
Yeah, it's that time, especially.
John Paul?
You need to come
would
to
you
the
like to come
mic.
to the podium? No, come to the podium, sir, please.
Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't get
Please.
the recording.
And John Paul, what's your last name again?
Yeah, Folly.
All right,
Yeah.
please.
sorry. Especially after COVID, like most of our community members that have been serving, they were experiencing that. And we used to collect food from Amazon, all that. So we had lots of food, and I've been giving that away. And also because I was part of the King County Local Services participatory budget, I used to do groundwork, canvassing Federal Way, even East Federal Way. And from that work, so I really experienced what people were experiencing. And so it has been since 2023 that we had that huge pantry, and we had a lot of food, and we give away, and we also provide that kind of, hot meal for people who will come. And we are actually listed on the city, website. But it's just like, I have to tell you the truth. I'm a black guy. I'm a ESL guy. It's really hard for us to secure, funding, despite everything that we're serving. Like, you can give me $100, I will serve 50 people. But I know, like, some of, mainstream organizations, they can get million, but they serve only 3 people. Like, you come into our lobby, you will find the people there, we share everything. That's what and we receive, like, lots of donations that's, like, sometimes from people and so on, and this has been the very first time that we apply for funding to City of Federal Way. But we are really known by the poor, the, less fortunate people. Those are the one that knows us. The one that we go to, we walk and we bring food, we do all these little stuff. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do. I am supportive of this. Like Jack Walsh said, getting to see it was the due diligence we needed to do, and I feel very comfortable investing in your organization. One thing I did see on your website was a quote by a board member that said, "We are committed to working closely with local politicians, government officials, businesses, and social organizations to develop meaningful and lasting partnerships." So please don't be a stranger. Come often, and let's build that relationship. Thank you so much, Dr. Jean-Paul.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Walsh.
Yeah, prior to making a motion, I would like to just make one final comment. I'm glad that they've located here. Also, the mention of Vivian. Vivian, thanks for all the work that you've done on the Human Services Commission. One thing I was impressed with Nesting Community is that they help bring people in with food, but then they help connect them with other services as well as educational services and job training and things like that. And so they're truly helping them, with a hand up as well as just a handout. And so, and with that, I would like to move that we approve item M and go ahead and fund these 3 programs.
Is there a second? All right, there's been a motion and a second. Councilmember Moore? Council President Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we, let me do this. If Councilmember Walsh will allow, I'm sorry, guys. Could we take out MSC out of there so I can at least have the opportunity to vote on the 2 other food banks? Is that possible? So obviously, I'm on the board of MSC, and I need to recuse myself from the MSC portion of this vote, but I would like to at least vote on the other 2 items of organizations that are seeking the funds, which is why I'm asking for that.
I think that'd be a call for Ryan to find out the best way to go about this.
Is it necessary to vote? I mean, the easiest way is just recuse yourself from the vote.
Right.
It's going to pass. I mean, so.
Understood, but every single one of us that vote is very important. And I would at least like to take MSC portion out and at least vote on the other two items, because it's an important topic.
Okay.
So
Make
how
a
would-
motion to take it out.
So do I need to do a friendly amendment?
Yeah, well,
Move to do a friendly
well, the
amendment?
question is whether the mover considers it a friendly.
Yes, I'd consider that a friendly motion, so basically dividing it into two different motions then. Would that be correct?
I think if we go to that one
Can I
side-
just take the motion?
If we go to that side.
Councilmember Sapadowson?
Yeah, if we go to that slide where the money
Perfect.
is, then maybe that would help guide the conversation.
Thanks, Heather.
So the motion would be to move items, or to approve items Bridging a Gap and South King County Neighborhood Council
Yes.
For the given amounts.
for the given amounts,
Okay, second that.
29,000 and 27,000.
So now
To
we all-
bifurcate the
That's the
vote.
pending motion.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do the, so you consider that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
So the Bridging a Gap will take, Bridging a Gap in the South King County neighborhood, oh, excuse me, in the nested communities. And there's been a motion, a second, as to items 1 and 3. Is there any further discussion on that? All right, all those in favor of 1 and 3?
Aye.
Great, Matt.
Opposed? All right, now as to the multi-service center.
Right.
The council president has abstained or recused himself. Is there a motion for approval of item 2 on the commission recommendation?
So moved.
All right, is there a second? It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on item 2? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then 1 abstain. All right, passes 6-1. All right, thank you very much, Keith.
Thank you all.
On this one, yeah, 6-1.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, exactly.
It's 6.
Yeah, it's 6, that's right. 601, yeah. Thank you. Okay, now we are on to item B of council business. This is the Joint Operation and Maintenance Facility Art Project. Desiree Winkler will come up, and this was carried over from last month.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President Moore, members of the council. I'm Desiree Winkler, Deputy Public Works Director, and I am happy to present the Joint Operation Maintenance Facility Art Project for award. So to get everybody up to speed, there's some background. The Joint Operation Maintenance Facility, which I'll be referring to as O&M facility, requires art per city requirements. Art was incorporated as part of the project design. There's $175,000 available for a commissioned art piece to be installed along the project frontage. The call to artists was issued July of 2025. We received over 140 submissions. We appointed a Public Arts Advisory Committee that consisted of city staff from both the Parks Department and Public Works Department, as well as 2 members of the Federal Way Arts Commission. So the project goals was that we wanted to speak to the natural beauty and the location of the site, that it fit well into the context of the site in terms of the scale, design, and theme. We wanted the project to showcase the operations that are housed and performed by the staff at this facility. And the materials and finish should have durability and low maintenance. The Art Advisory Committee evaluated all the artists. 2 additional points were awarded for Washington State artists. The final 3 artists were invited on site for a visit and to develop their proposals, and the proposals were presented to the committee on November 20th, 2025. So to give you an idea of a project location, which, if you haven't been by it, is around the corner from Steel Lake Park along 28th Avenue, and it's north of our existing facility on 28th Avenue. This is the aerial image of it. There is a wall along the project frontage. It serves as a retaining wall and also a security wall, sound wall, lighting wall, all of that. That takes up about 700 feet in length. The challenge with the public art project whose funding needs to stay on this property, is where do we put public art that the people can see when this is a facility that the public doesn't go to? So that's why the potential public art installations was identified to go along the frontage of the project, as shown there. So I'll give you a brief overview. This is not as long as the December one of all three artists. So artist one is Steve Nagoti, and he had a team, and his theme was the Federal Ways Original Sasquatch Family. His idea was to basically make a park in front with the theme of the original Sasquatch family. There would be a lot of interaction, pathways, storytelling. And we asked all the artists to give us what their costs would be. And although the artwork itself was $175,000, which is the project budget, the landscape budget was over $700,000 as identified, much outside of the project. And also the biggest concern that comes from staff and the committee was that this, although a cool project, is not really an appropriate location for a park. Interacting with the vehicles that come in and out of there every day. The second artist, Tovanar Meridian, is Federal Way Operation and Maintenance, 4 seasons of dedicated care. And each season of art in the 3 locations, although it covers all 4 seasons, showcases the work of the crews, the equipment used, the natural and built environment that they protect and maintain. The total cost of the art is $173,000. The annual maintenance, $2,800. Going back also to the previous art park project, that was going to be about $35,000 to maintain. We don't have the resources identified on increasing maintenance by that much. This actually is the selected and recommended project. The biggest thing here that really met everybody, that it met the project goals. This is truly showcasing the work and the workers that are housed at this facility. And that's something that is so important to the viability, the livability of our city, is having these crews and the operation and maintenance done. And this was an opportunity to truly showcase that, and that is what this artist did. The third artist was a team of Ben Dye and Travis Pond, stewards of the living city. So the artwork was centered with a lot of metal art around a city, and it continued through the whole wall. And use of very durable products as well. The total cost, as reported by the artist, is $175,000, with about $2,100 estimated in annual maintenance. And although this did meet the goals of the project, they felt that just didn't have the same impact as Artist 2. So this is a summary of what I just talked about, of the 3 artists, and then the recommendation by the Public Art Advisory Committee, the mayor, and the staff is to award the contract to Artist 2, Tovanar Meridian. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. At our last meeting, when we had this discussion, I made the suggestion that we go out to the public and ask the public what they were interested in. And that didn't happen because shortly after that meeting, we got an email from staff saying that this project, the Sasquatch family, was way over budget. So we had the 2 options, 2 and 3. And I've had some discussions with the public, and the public would still like to, the public I've talked to or who have reached out to me, would still like to have some input into this. What I didn't know was that the Federal Way Public Market has adopted the Sasquatch as their mascot. And in their public market building, they will have a Sasquatch to greet everyone. I didn't know that last year an artist went around Federal Way drawing Sasquatches on people's garages if you paid them if you paid the man to do that to your neighbor or your friends.
Sorry,
I didn't know
thought
that.
people wanted it there.
At the ribbon cutting for the light rail, Sound Transit had a sticker with his Sasquatch, and he was holding a hard hat. The farmers market folks have gotten some stickers for the council members. I didn't see those, but I saw them recently, and they were pretty cool. And a vendor at the ribbon cutting actually was selling Sasquatch items, and he sold out before he sold the rest of his stuff. So there is some interest in the Sasquatch. I can see your point as that this could be a park, but I also know that we as a council said that we would listen to the public. And as this is the first meeting in January, and we haven't reached out to the public, I still think we need to do that to get their opinion even on the other art pieces, because this is public art that's going to last for 100 years or more. I mean, this structure is being built for years and years and years. And I would love to get the public's input on it. I also feel that we have 3 brand new council members here, and this isn't a decision that needs to be made tonight. And I would like to give the new council members time to think about this. And as the council members that were here in December, we didn't get to see the public art or the examples that the artist had. They were in the other room, I understand, but we didn't have the time to go there and see them. And I would like to have all council members have the ability to do that before we make a decision. So that is what I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Council, any other comments? Councilor Walsh? Or Councilor Walsh, then Sessoms.
Yeah, I wish that on the last, the reality that the cost of the Sasquatch thing was in reality much, much higher, really wasn't made till after the council meeting. I think that it should have been included in the information right up, just like what it was tonight. And I think that it would have gone a whole lot more smoothly. I mean, and so we need to have all the information. And then as Councilmember Honda said, it wasn't, we didn't have the heads up that we should be taking a look in the high-levels room to see what they were like until after we were expected to vote on it. And so things kind of got out of order, I believe. Personally, I love the Sasquatch idea. I understand that the cost is not feasible, and that's probably not the place for it. Also, I think one thing that we need to consider with the 2% for public arts, I think it needs to be 2% for public arts, 2% of things that are in public area. And so we don't, in the future, get into a situation where we have this multi-million-dollar thing and nowhere to put the 2% of the arts. I mean, that ordinance needs to be revised some to make it more, to make it more fit the situation. So that's for future consideration. I do think that, with this, the Sasquatch is not going to work for their, but as far as whether we have it take a vote now or later, I mean, that's debatable, I guess. I guess that's what we're doing right now. But I think that we should take the Sasquatch idea under consideration, maybe make it the theme for the city. Let's make things more, placemaking. It could be a great placemaker thing for Federal Way. And I think that that's something that we should take a look at for the future. And, whether it's, then I heard that if you call Sasquatch Bigfoot, that's derogatory some way, but I don't know why. I mean, I guess calling the Loch Ness Monster is derogatory because you're calling it a monster. I mean, so anyway,
I think it was explained by, at the last council meeting by Ms. Winkler, that it sort of trivializes something that the native peoples have a lot of faith in, or that it's part of their culture and heritage, and perhaps that was the sensitivity. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good summary.
Okay, very good. So that's, I actually, I refer to it that way as well, but.
I like Sasquatch better than Bigfoot, but I
Yeah.
don't see how Bigfoot's derogatory. But anyway,
Yeah.
all right, so I've had my say.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sessoms.
First of all, I appreciate the presentation, very interesting, but I think we need a little bit more time to think about it. I am new to Councilmember Honda's point. I do prefer to take the needed time to look at this project. I'd love to be able to see the rendering up close and not just in a PowerPoint format. So for that reason, I would suggest that we agree to postpone this vote.
All right, thank you.
We are talking about a sizable amount of money.
Yep.
So,
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kochmar, and then Council President Moore.
I personally love Sasquatch. I don't have a problem at all. And I don't have a problem with, us going back out and asking the public to look at the different art plans. The problem is if you give the public something to look at and they like it, but we can't afford it, I don't think that would be a good thing to do, because we can't deliver on something we can't afford. So I think that we should have a discussion about that before. I mean, I'm not adverse to asking the public what they think about the different ideas. It's just that I think we need to discuss that issue as well before we go to the public with it. But I think we need more discussion on this. Thank you.
Well, there could be some legal ramifications for, anyway, Councilmember, I'm sorry, Council President Moore?
Only because you just mentioned it, Mayor, and that's what are the legality concerns to if we decide to wait? That's the only reason why I was kind of itching to say something, because you were saying that essentially.
Well, it's not the waiting, it's the compliance with either EJ or Ryan kind of, or, I'm sorry, we've got you at the podium there. The legal ramifications of accepting a bid that went way over the specifications of the RFP.
So there's I'll just, if I could, speak out. There's one major problem is that from a risk perspective, this is an intolerable project. We should have, you're right, from the beginning, we should have struck it and not presented it to council as a viable project.
Yeah.
It isn't a viable project. It's over budget, it's not responsive to the bid. So if we like Sasquatches, we probably need to try again and say we want Sasquatches and see what that goes. So there's two separate competing issues here. One is the aesthetics, and that's something that absolutely we can consult the public on and get their opinion on. But what we can't do is build, an attractive nuisance, I think was said at the last meeting, next to this facility. We're not going to build a park next to our O&M facility. So it's not responsive to the question that was asked. So that's the main problem. The budget is another huge problem, but that's something that's within council's purview, and you have control over that. But this is not a responsive bid.
Right. And so therefore, somebody that was responsive could have claim against the city.
Maybe. This isn't a strict bid. It's.
Right, it's a request for proposals. And I might add, I would like to, make sure that we understand that we agreed with the process when we came and explained what the process was going to be, that we were going to appoint an advisory committee. This is an advisory committee that was made up of staff, and this just wasn't randomly selected staff. These are staff that have an interest and are actual artists themselves. In addition, we brought in the art, advisory committee as well. And the criteria was set as the city attorney stated in what the requirements were and what the goals were of the project. And the advisory committee, as the, professionals in this case, of who looked at over 140 submittals and narrowed it down to these three based on a rubric. You know, we have the rubric and how they graded them, and they met the objective requirements for the proposal. And then these three were allowed to, you know, move their proposal forward. And the committee, all there, they got the detailed presentations of their proposals. I do respect that council has ultimate authority to, you know, make this decision, but please know that you have a committee that put an awful lot of work into this to come up with a very thoughtful decision.
All right, thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Mayor. So when they had the rubric, and they made that decision of those, the final three recommendations to the council, one of them was a huge amount of dollars. Why did that continue to move forward?
And
Sasquatch proposal.
I hear you, and I think that when we, after the meeting, we did discuss that. I think one of the issues was that the three artists that were supposed to bring costs did not necessarily all bring costs that were detailed. And so, though they all committed for their art to meet the $175,000, the additional costs, Steve Nagoti assumed that, the city would just come up with money, and the estimate that was provided by the artists for the landscape work was at best, you know, some material costs that they got from, like, you know, how much does a tree cost? But it didn't actually include, you know, the irrigation or the actual installation, or how much does a path cost? It included 1 truckload of gravel. And it was, when we did an estimate based on the model, you know, there's over 1,000 feet of curbing that would need to be put in to actually keep the gravel pathway in place. So we then took our staff time to do a true estimate of that proposal because the artist didn't provide it to us. And we used our unit costs. We have the backup that we have from our current contractor in what it costs to install curb, install, you know, bike parking, install lighting, install landscaping. And that's how we came up with what the costs are.
Got it.
Because we didn't get a detailed cost estimate from the artist.
I think, you know, while it certainly is an innovative idea, I kind of wish that it hadn't gotten to this level with that price tag on it. And I appreciate the due diligence that you guys did. So I think my last comment is, I mean, Sasquatch thing is completely out of the picture, I think. But, so if we decide to halt on this and wait on this, as what I'm hearing, I mean, are we harming anything? Just want to get that clarified.
Desiree?
So, Mayor, if I
Yeah.
could jump in.
Yeah.
So the bids are the proposals are only are required to be held for a certain amount of time. We're very quickly coming up on that. So we either do need to make a decision, either this meeting or next, to proceed with effectively artist number 2, or to go back out and scrap this process entirely. And that's really what we're talking about at this point, to be fair. So, I mean, there's probably time to continue at one more meeting, but after that, we're going to be past the allocated time to award this. So at that point, it's going to be up to the artist if they're more or less willing to continue extending what they gave us or not, because we're way beyond what we told them we would decide. We told them they would have us by the end of the year, last year.
Okay. We'll just do it in a row. Councilmember Hamilton, Councilmember Honda, Councilmember Sapadasa.
So what we're talking about here with this item is we're now down to 2 choices. I think that, and I did see all 3. I got a chance to walk around and look at all 3. I think that public input can be helpful, but I also think that public input with limited information can sometimes be not helpful. And the public is not going to have all of the information that they need to make this decision. We were elected to make decisions. as leaders. And so I think that this is one of those decisions we need to make. I think we need to make it tonight. We have an arts commission that had input. We have staff that has input. We as elected officials have input, and I think we need to make this decision.
All right. Councilor Honda.
Thank you. I, as a member of the council, did not get a chance to see the artwork, and I would like to see it before I vote on it. And I'm not ready to make the vote tonight, so I would like to see if the artists can come back, even just the two of them, take the Sasquatch proposal out. But I want to see the art before I vote on it. And I realize that the committee made up of mostly staff and 2 arts commissioners came up with the second number 2 and not number 3. But this is a decision of the council as the final decision for the art. And I'd like to see both of those, numbers 2 and 3, before I make a decision. So I would like to wait till the next meeting and see if we can get that art back here. If the artists are interested in moving forward with the city, I don't know why they wouldn't be willing to come back and show us their work so that we could see something.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Seffa Dawson?
Yeah, again, thank you for everyone who worked on this, and, you talked about the number of hours and the tedious work that went into this. If people really decide they like the Sasquatch, is it scalable? Does it have to be to the magnitude or whatever they propose?
It's not scalable at this site, council member. So, I mean, if the council, I think the city administrator put that in the email, if the council wants to have a conversation about a thematic art citywide, that's probably a good topic for like a retreat or something in the future to figure out a path forward for that. But no, there's not a scalable park that we can do at this facility.
Okay. And I'm asking because it's just good to explore all our opportunities.
Absolutely.
And so what I like about it is it looks interactive in a way, so you just don't look at it. There's something about it that makes it really appealing. But everything you said, I agree with in terms of if it's not, especially if it's not scalable, then it's pointless to even have this conversation about that art, I would say.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've had a good discussion about this and a number of questions. Councilmember Walsh, I had you on my notes as the person that was, the council member that was going to make the motion. Either you or somebody, is there a motion to be made before the body in regard to how you want to proceed?
I think that right now, I think that the council's kind of split, but I think the overall consensus is that we may want to wait 1 month to.
1 week?
Or one meeting, 2 weeks to review it further. And it's not time sensitive, correct?
It is time sensitive.
It is time sensitive.
And I can't commit on behalf of the artist. I'm saying I think we can probably, hopefully have a conversation with them to extend it 2 more weeks. But, I mean, this is something we promised them by the end of last year. So we're past that. So at this point, they don't have an obligation to honor their contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So we can certainly talk to them and continue it. They agreed to continue it to tonight.
I think it'd be well so that the new members of the council, I know that Melissa got to see it, but I know that some of the council members, the new members, didn't see it. So I think it'd be just as well to move it to the next meeting.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to move it to the next meeting. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Sessoms.
When will the next opportunity be to look at the artwork? Before the meeting?
You bet, absolutely. Desiree? Ms. Winkler?
We still have prints of Artist 2 and 3 available. I know that the sculptors, Van Dye and Travis Pond, they took some of their examples back with them. They're from Oregon, like middle of Oregon. So they took their larger pieces back with them. I don't know if they would be willing to, bring those up, but I certainly have the prints that could be shared from both of the artists.
All right, let's do that, no matter what. Let's get that back out to the council, share with with the materials that we have. Is there any further discussion? I see Councilmember Suffolk-Dawson. Okay, there's been a motion, a second, to delay this to the next meeting. There's been a discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Heather?
Councilmember Suffolk-Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Hamilton?
No.
Councilmember Walsh?
Aye.
Councilmember Sessoms? Councilmember Kochmar?
Aye.
And Council President Moore?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you very much. We'll look for those materials. And, I think that what was envisioned was to do like a public process in regard to, whether there was whether the Sasquatch was a part of this, but that's, I guess, we'll share these materials. Is there a way to have these available to where we could, are these on our website, or how would somebody take a look at this? Are they in the packet of the council?
We have limited, electronic versions of some of, the prints as well. I can work with Ben.
Okay, all right, and maybe what we can do is put some social media out about these two and encourage people to come to the next city council meeting. Okay, we'll do that. All right, thank you very much. Okay, now moving on to item C, drone as first responder DFR program funded by state seizure funds. Michael Coffey, Police Commander. Commander
Mayor,
Coffey?
it's almost 10 o'clock.
Oh, thank you very much. Council President, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting past 10 PM.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second to suspend the rules and move past 10 PM.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes. We're in business, Commander.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this program again before the full council this time. Again, the policy question tonight is, should the City of Federal Way implement the drone as first responder program and fund the first year using state seizure funds? That's the first year of a 5-year contract. So to begin, what is DFR? A DFR is a program used by first responders where a drone is remotely deployed to an incident, allowing for real-time information to be relayed to responding and on-scene officers. The benefit to a DFR program is that it allows for visibility for the officers being the drone on scene, oftentimes within under 2 minutes. That allows for resource allocation and be able to identify if the scene has moved or if things have changed, and that will alter the way in which we respond.
We're talking for homicides, murders, car thefts, robberies.
Yeah, and obviously those would be the primary use of that. There's a broader application for this, and I think I'll address that a little bit later on in the presentation, kind of some of what the intended uses are and extending beyond even police department use to help with basic city infrastructure stuff, storm stuff, and those kind of things. But we'll talk about that as far as what DFR can be used for. We addressed what is DFR, but responding to high priority incidents is the primary option for this. It provides vital information and really helps coordinate those resources. Thinking about if an incident is in progress, it's a threats with a weapon or something like that. Those scenes oftentimes move from where the 911 caller has reported them at, and getting resources there as quickly as possible helps for the safest outcome. So that is the primary option for this, or resource for that. We really see it also benefiting us in regards to our drug investigations and interdictions. There's a 3-pronged approach that we see this system working for that. We have done open-air drug use enforcement, which is something that we reenacted upon the state legislature, the city council, city legislature, changing some of those rules for that. We really have seen an impact supplementing the open-air drug use issues that were also addressed by some of the citizens tonight, and focusing on getting those, holding some accountability with that, but also taking people who have substance use disorders and connecting them with some of the other programs when we see that there are opportunities for that to be used. And I apologize, it keeps skipping ahead there. But The second prong of that is we have seen some illicit drug manufacturing increase in the recent past, and we've had some enforcement activities that have occurred there. The drone as a first responder provides us with aerial support when we execute search warrants. If somebody flees from the location, then we're able to see that occur and identify where those persons are and potentially apprehend them from that. And then with our interdiction, we have seen with our task force, some pretty high-level interdictions have occurred. Large quantities of fentanyl and methamphetamine have occurred within the city based on our task force operations and really have been impactful in removing some of these drugs in large quantities. And we know how dangerous fentanyl and carfentanil is, and getting those pills off the street really provides for a public safety impact that we would be enhanced by having a DFR program. We do see an everyday incident, kind of expanding what the program would be used for. Incident overwatch on calls for service when we get something that is occurring, a barricaded subject, a domestic violence incident, something of a maybe not to the level of a homicide, but we know that they're dangerous incidents, and that would provide the opportunity for getting aerial support, identifying where resources need to go, providing a higher level of safety in those areas. And then we see setting perimeters on a burglary. Those have been one of the tools that we've seen other agencies and heard from them. As you have an in-progress burglary, being able to get drones on the perimeter and overwatch, it really magnifies the amount of resource capabilities that we have. Whereas it would typically take a number of officers to surround a building and secure that area, a drone can do have a very effective role in providing an overwatch and then allocating where we need to be. We do see also search and rescue operations. We get missing persons that oftentimes will wander away from an adult family home or care facility, children and juveniles who wander away. And the drone is a resource for us that provides efficiency and helps us to cover a lot of ground in what areas where our foot patrol or a vehicle patrol is not going to be able to see. We'll talk about some of the capabilities that are on board of this system with the camera system and thermal technology that helps us identify locations where we might need to be searching as well. So we talk about why DFR. DFR really helps minimize our police response times. Agencies that have implemented drone as first responder programs, agencies like Redmond, Lakewood, Colorado, and others that we have some data to support what those timelines look like, report very significant reductions in response times. Like we talked about, oftentimes under 2 minutes for being there, but we're talking under 80 seconds in a lot of circumstances. The drone is able to deploy from the dock within 20 seconds, and a remote pilot who would be stationed here at the station can see that and respond and have an effect on what we're going to be doing in our response there. Pilots can direct our patrol units when they are not needed. So going out to calls for service where you have a disabled vehicle, you have maybe an unwanted person who's left, the pilot is able to then clear that call for service by saying, hey, the vehicle's no longer there. The person who is unwanted has left, and those officers on the ground or in their vehicles can now reallocate their resources to calls for service that necessitate that in-person response. So we really see an efficiency piece of a DFR program that allows us to take the resources that we have and make them spread out even more than we can currently. And aerial support really enhances our operational capabilities. We see that in the systems that are there. We've seen that with drones that we've used within the agency, having them available to us in the past. And as I shared with the committee, we have seen the impact on that in some critical incidents here. One incident that I had the privilege of participating in where an outside agency provided their drone, the same drone that we'll talk about here in a little bit, and we're able to provide overwatch and really slow the scene down. There was a juvenile incident involving a subject who claimed he had a weapon, indicated that he wanted law enforcement to use force against him. We're able to see as he was trying to feign that he had a weapon through the use of the drone that he did not. That allowed our negotiators to continue the negotiations, and he peacefully surrendered, and it was a good outcome for everybody. So that's part of the operational capabilities that it really enhances for us, is it gives us the opportunity to slow down when we need to. And really the DFR program, what we see the benefit in is it increases safety for everybody. Not just the officers that are there in providing them with on-site resources for the ability to respond appropriately and maybe not be surprised around a corner, but we see impacts for the public and the community and helping us be more efficient and getting there and identifying threats that are more readily available. But then even when we talk about the maybe a perpetrator or suspect or a person who's experiencing a crisis, who we can now address maybe a better response by having that aerial support and that overwatch. So we really believe it increases safety for everybody in that regard. We did review several vendors before coming before the council on this. There were 3 vendors that we took a more diligent look into. Those 3 vendors that we looked at were Brink, Paladin, and Skydio. Those are researched, and we were able to see those in progress to include live application, some out here and some at other agencies. Of those 3 vendors, Brink was one of them that is NDAA compliant. It's a US-built manufactured product. The NDAA is the National Defense Authorization Act. It provides some limitations on foreign-made components, which could provide some issues for us if it was not NDAA compliant. Brink is NDAA compliant, though. And then we see that they are in the early development stages of DFR. They've had other drone operations that they have used, but DFR is pretty new to them. I've only been able to see that in a beta version. Redmond has a beta version of that, and so it hasn't been able to deploy. Other agencies who have tested it have identified issues with their collision avoidance. They were able to actually disable one during a test flight, and it is cost prohibitive for this vendor. It's about $187,000 plus a year for a 5-year contract. So they were the most expensive vendor that provided a quote. Paladin is another vendor. They are more established than Brink is. We do see that they offer shorter contract terms of 2 years. They are comparatively reasonable in price as when compared to Brink at $95,000 a year after tax. They have some issues with their viability, and being present for some of their discussions earlier in 2025 when we started exploring these options, they indicated their product is ready to go. However, in September when we checked back in, they had issues with software and hardware reliability, and they were not actually deploying in real-world applications yet with their most current systems. So we see that there are challenges that there's also the potential for NDAA compliance issues, as they are not an NDAA compliant program. They use a vendor that is made overseas, and those have some potential impacts on us if we ever look for grant funding or something like that as an option to continue moving forward. Skydio is the third vendor. They're an established vendor. They are US built. They are NDAA compliant. They are currently the system that Redmond is operational with, and they've been operational since 2024. Other agencies are in the process of considering that. I've been advised that Bellevue has recently signed a contract with Skydio to implement DFR programs within their agency. Other local valley agencies are also in talks to deploy these or exploring them more thoroughly. It has some advanced technology with active collision avoidance 360. More advanced software capabilities provide for Sky being able to identify where the flight path is for any incoming aircraft and those kind of things. It's integrated in there. They are moderately priced at just under $100,000 a year. That's for a 5-year contract term. This is a little video about what Axon looks like to kind of show it in process. It does not appear the volume's working, so I apologize. We see that it's rated for weather restrictions and can fly in all weather conditions within a wide variety of parameters. We saw there that it's deploying from a dock, and these are dock-stationed drones that we're looking to ask the council to move forward on and implement for the city of Federal Way. It integrates with our body cams, so officers can actually summon a drone, let a pilot know that they need a drone on scene, and then it also integrates with our CAD, so a pilot can see that there's a call for service, click on the drone, it will allow the drone to deploy to that scene. And we talk about some of the concerns that have come up about privacy and those kind of things. And the drone does allow for, Skydio has integrated into the system that it can lock the camera in a fixed horizontal view as it flies out to the scene. So it's not actively looking at the area that it's traveling over unless the pilot determines that the scene has changed and they need to unlock that and deviate from that. We see that it integrates with some of our other systems like Fusus, allows officers to be able to see that. There's some streaming capabilities that the pilot can send out to officers remotely, so they can actually view the video of the scene, so they get a real-world perspective of what's going on as they're going there. And so it has a lot of value in there. I apologize that the audio isn't working here. But the drone support capabilities that the pilot can provide to the officers in the field are really beneficial. We see it's very impactful in the agencies that have it with, again, clearing calls for service, response times and critical incidents, assisting with apprehensions, and just being overall an efficient tool. It is a tool. It's one tool that works. It's not an end-all be-all, but we do feel it has benefit to our public safety and to the city itself. There are some outside things that it can be used for. Redmond used it during a weather event in which they were able to identify and direct public resources to clear streets and roads and those kind of things. And so those are operation components of that we really see it as an infrastructure upgrade for the city too, moving beyond just the police capabilities. The capabilities of the drone itself, it can operate in rain or other weather events, to include in the dark. It's wind rated up to about 28 miles an hour. The temperatures that it can operate in is -4 to 113. There are some charging considerations, but the dock is heated, so they're able to charge even in those low weather conditions. It has a maximum speed of 45 miles an hour with a flight time of 40 minutes. Again, that 360-degree collision avoidance, and equipped with a thermal camera that allows us to be able to identify a person or an object potentially that needs to be identified. The camera has the zoom capability, so it can zoom in and help make sure that we're looking at the right location or individual if that needs to be done. The locations where the docks would go, the first one would be City Hall here. We did have the vendor come out and do some tests of the two locations that we were recommending. The first one being City Hall, we did some tests as far as distance and travel times to ensure that they would be operational in the broadest application for us. They were able to take one of these drones, the same drone that we would be looking at, and they were able to fly it down to the Dumas Bay area in about 4 minutes from deploying straight from the rooftop, which is by far much quicker than we can get out there in a routine fashion, but even in a priority fashion. And it's safer because we're not sending officers' lights and sirens necessarily as much as we need to, or minimize the response time of those if we can get to a scene and clear that by using a drone or slow people down. The second location would be the Performing Arts and Events Center. It's a city-owned property, which helps us with potential leasing considerations or other infrastructure issues that would be there. These two locations were chosen based on our review of calls for service and where we would likely see the greatest benefit to the city and the impact that we could have for calls for service. It provides a great resource for us in that downtown area where we do have a high volume of traffic and daytime traffic and those kind of things. So we believe these two locations can support flights out to the city. We've had the opportunity to use a virtual simulator to fly all over the city and to showcase that it can be deployed all the way between the borders from these two locations. Obviously, it increases response time the further out you go, which decreases our time on scene. But these two locations with our call for service review, we think will be sufficient for kind of implementing this program and working with it. So situational analysis, the City of Federal Way currently has an existing contract with Axon, which serves as our master contract. They supply the agency's body cam, digital evidence, management solutions, less lethal electrical charge electrical weapons, commonly referred to as our tasers, and other services. And Axon has a partnership with Skydio, which provides us with some discounts if the council does approve and move forward with this program for a drone as first responder. That does get us to the price point that we're at by being a partner with them and utilizing the Axon Master Service Agreement that we have. Those applied discounts do expire January 31st. We got an extension to get into January. It did expire in December. Upon expiration, the quoted prices will increase. They've projected some pricing increases up to 20%. And there's some additional discounts. We have some drones within our previous fleet that became non-serviceable due to some FAA requirements. And so those have been basically shelved, and they're going to give us a discount, a credit for that to say that we're not going to use those anymore. So that is part of the way in which we got the price structure down to this. This is a finance details. It's an annual cost of $95,545.34. That's after tax, and that is for the 5-year term of the contract expiring in 2030. There is a computer that needs to be purchased, and that is about $4,200, $4,300. That computer is the main hub where the remote pilot and command would be at. It would be housed in the police station down in one of our rooms that we have down there. It's got monitors so that the pilot can view everything that's going on. They can see what is happening on calls for service. They can see what is going on with the flight and the weather issues that could pertain and make challenges for a pilot to be able to fly or reduce the capability of that. And so the computer is essential part of this program. That would be an addition, one-time expense. So if there is a increase in the cost, if we elect to wait on this, if approved and execution gets delayed beyond this January 31st, 2026, again, we could see those price increases up to 20%. The discount that they've applied for the decommissioning of those drones is $13,500. So the annual savings is about $9,900, a little more than that, and about $50,000 over the course of the 5-year contract that we would see increased just based on the discounts themselves currently as they are. One of the things that has come up, obviously, is the concern about the data that is recorded in these. They do record video at the direction of the pilot when they deem it necessary. And those videos, once the drone docks back onto its docking station, are downloaded and imported into our Axon server. And that server is the same server that houses all of our body-worn camera. It is proprietary to us. It is not searchable by other agencies or entities. They are retained by us and protected under password and those kind of things. So we're not looking at some of the same other concerns about data being, reacted to or engaged with by other entities like they are there. And any public disclosure side of it would go through our public record specialists and public disclosure specialists who work with our Axon programs and body cam stuff with regards to redaction and those kind of things. So the options before the council tonight is to approve the proposed implementation of the drones as a first responder program, or to not approve and provide direction to staff. And I'm happy to address any additional questions that there might be. I know that's a lot of material, and I thank you for your time in the late hour.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Hamilton?
Thank you, Commander Coffey, for that presentation. Would you say it's an accurate statement to say that these drones are going to improve officer safety?
Yeah, I think officer safety, public safety, and again, offender safety, it really does encompass a broad aspect of safety in general. But with officer safety, the ability for an officer to summon a drone to their location. As we were researching this project, we had an incident in our downtown area where there was a threat with a weapon. The officer got in a foot pursuit and lost the suspect around a corner. And the only thing I could think of is, boy, it sure would be nice for the public safety aspect and the officer safety aspect to be able to get a drone there within just a short period of time and potentially apprehend a suspect who's got a weapon or, at least reported to have a weapon. And so we do see it as an officer safety impact. And like I said, a public safety impact, even as far as us driving priority to a location. If we can slow officers down in those circumstances because they're not needed anymore by getting eyes on scene from something that doesn't create a safety risk, like driving priority fashion does, then we see the impact to the public and the officer and safety in that area too. So in a very broad way, yes, it's an officer safety, but it really is a safety for everybody in general.
Okay, and that was my second question, which you kind of already answered, was do you see these drones reducing the incidence of officers driving code or high-speed priority? Because I know that sometimes when calls come in, information's not quite accurate, and so the initial response is to drive code, driving very fast, and then you get more information later on, and then you're going to downgrade that. So would these drones reduce that incident? Because I know for many years, high-speed driving was a concern.
Right, and it's always a concern anytime we have officers, driving at a high rate of speed. Obviously, we want to get there, we want to do it safely, and we go through training and those kind of things. There is always increased risk. But yes, we could see a definite impact in that. Oftentimes, the information comes in, it deems based on our policy and our training to be a priority response, a code response. Officers will respond out there, and they don't typically get slowed down until new information becomes available. Oftentimes when the first officer or first couple of officers get on scene and they say, hey, we can slow everybody down.
So the drone could bring you new information faster?
Absolutely. The drone could be on scene, provide us with eyes on within, a couple minutes as opposed to maybe a little bit longer, and get officers slowed down if they deem that the scene is not necessary. Or maybe more resources are needed and now we have to get OSAs, outside agency assistance in to help with a larger scale event. So it definitely, we see it being able to reduce the impact on priority driving.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sefa Dawson, then Councilmember Honda, and then Councilmember Sessoms.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, and based on that, maybe I'll have a comment. But where are these drones manufactured, do you know?
They're manufactured in California. The company's based out of San Mateo.
Okay, so can anyone purchase them? And then, if so, what are their licensing requirements, and how do we safeguard?
I'm not aware that they're available to the public at this time. The drone field is always changing, and so there may be versions that are available at a later time or currently. So not available to the public that I'm aware of at this time. That could change at any given time, and they could become available. And I apologize, what was your next question?
So the licensing requirement.
So the licensing requirement with the company or with the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration? So
For drones.
it's an annual licensing contract with the company because they provide some services and repairs and maintenance and equipment that needs to be replaced, such as props. But the licensing requirements themselves, the FAA has a waiver process that you have to apply for and get granted authorization for that. I have a waiver drafted and ready to go to submit to the FAA. If the council does decide to approve the program, we will be submitting for that. That is what most agencies are getting when they get a drone as first responder program, is a waiver which allows the pilot to operate it, drone beyond a visual line of sight. It requires some additional safety features, a parachute recovery system, real-time tracking of current flight tracking systems, and a radio transmitter that allows for other aircraft to see the drone. So there's some safety features built in there. But those are the requirements from the FAA to be able to operate these. And then training for all of the pilots who are there. There's a required training program that they have to go through once a pilot is identified and show proficiency and knowledge in those weather-related events and live active flight events that they need to be able to mitigate any risk, and they have to yield to actual air traffic at any given time. So there's some training requirements, but the waiver process is through the Federal Aviation Administration.
So would that apply to any private citizen who happens to have a drone?
No, there's a different system for private citizens. This is a specific waiver, and the waiver that we would apply for is for government entities operating these systems and not a private party.
Okay, and then, sorry, Mayor, are you aware of any collision rates or anything that's with other jurisdictions who'd already implemented this?
I've not heard of any in the agencies that I've spoken with. Anytime you have a system like this, there could be collision issues. The collision avoidance system, the Skydio actually brought out drones out to our facility, and we flew them in the parking lot. And it was pretty impressive. They would fly them straight at full speed towards the poles and such that are out in the front of the building, and the system would allow it to stop. There's obviously things like you can't count for a bird taking one of these out of the air, those kind of things. But there are safety systems built into this to minimize all of those issues. The collision avoidance programs, the recovery system, if there is a link loss, the cellular connectivity for some reason doesn't maintain sufficient connection, it'll return to home and dock itself on its own. It stays within the parameters that the system allows for the FAA requirements. So the collision rates, incident rates are very low. Any incident that we did have would have to be reported to the governing entity. There's some requirements for that as part of our waiver, that if we do have an incident that meets their criteria, we have to report it to them for additional investigation.
So in the past several weeks during these conversations, people have come during public comments to share their concern. And today we heard that there are some jurisdictions who've discontinued or halted their program. Why is that?
So I'm not aware of any jurisdictions that have halted a drone program or a DFR program. I think the city of Redmond was mentioned with their Flock program. They still have a very active DFR program. So they differentiate the two of these. They aren't related to one another in that regard. So I see it differently, and it really is two separate programs, and I think there's two separate conversations with overlapping concerns of privacy and data management and those kind of things. And I think the system that is available to us now is pretty robust in dealing with those. The fact that this is proprietary data that goes into the same storage unit that our body cam and our evidence photos does, that we have systems in place, evidence management tools and those kind of things to ensure the safety of those within our agency, and the IT department works with those components of that. So I think there's a little bit of a difference in what agencies are maybe choosing another technology not to continue with, but DFR is definitely active. I know the news posted an article from Lakewood in Pierce County regarding their current drone program, which is not a DFR, but they're seeing pretty significant impacts in public safety, and according to their statistics, this was the first year in a very long time that Lakewood did not have any homicides. So, they attribute some of that to the ability to get drones out there and make their team more efficient, make their officers more efficient in those things. And that's part of how I see these being used. But there are obviously concerns, and I know it has some varying opinions on, what systems should be in place. I think the Skydio system does provide us with a lot of those provisions and protections, which I think help minimize some of those things. These systems are not used for random surveillance programs or operations. These are designed to respond to calls for service or to assist other city entities, whether it be public works or parks, with needing to look at roads or things like that. One of the agencies talked about a snowstorm, and they were able to, allocate resources for plows and those kind of things by asking for the DFR assistance in identifying those. So I really see two different sides of it, but I understand the concerns that are out there. It is a fairly new technology, but we've been using drones back as far as 2018. It's just that this is a new part of a system, as our old drones became not operational. We've had a break in that, but we definitely see that it has value and some different pieces of the puzzle than the other technology systems that are being addressed or concerned.
Okay. Yeah, my concern is what we heard from people, and particularly now as we see a heightened vigilance, people like, even with the daycares and stuff. And my concern, and why I asked you about individuals having and running these, is they can just fly it around my house, for instance, and I wouldn't know whether it's your drone or somebody else just doing it, or, so I am concerned about it, but I do appreciate the safety aspect that you talked about and how, it minimizes or reduces your time. So I do appreciate all that, but I'm still a little concerned about data breach, misuse, abuse, and.
If I could address maybe the one concern that you have related to, anybody can fly a drone. They're commercially available in different platforms and those kind of things. These particular drones do have red and blue flashing lights. They have a speaker that we can put on it and communicate. Obviously, if we're flying it as part of the police department, any citizen can call in and say, do you have a drone in the area? We'd be able to identify that. Is an officer that we would have identified to be the pilot, and they would be in communication with our dispatch center regarding what's going on. So there's some, I think, components of that provide some level of maybe a surety that, the police department has some accountability in those things with regard to that. But yes, anybody can go commercially buy a variety of products and fly them. There are FAA regulations for individual citizens and those pieces of it. But these, I think, are a little bit different, and they have some tools in there for that. A person on the ground could see a red and blue flashing light and maybe be more readily able to identify that as a police drone. And I think having public discussion like this allows the public to also see that, we're having these discussions, we're talking about that, and if they are able to know that if the council does move forward with it, that we have this system, then we can have those discussions even further on how we identify those and put out some information for public to know what to look for us having a drone versus maybe a private citizen or another person who's flying something around as a hobbyist.
Okay, so it's really focused on crime, and I understand that. I'm still worried about unintended consequences or other, like not only the data breach, but how if the mayor decides he wants to find out about what I'm doing, my private life, how do we protect me from that happening? Sorry, Mayor, I'm just using you as an example, but I'm just saying, that's my concern.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I do appreciate, what it could potentially do.
So we do have policies that, like I said, if the council moves forward with this and does approve it, there's policies in place and some requirements. The system that Skydio has, the pilot, it logs each of the flights that are there. So that is part of the accountability piece that comes in with it, is that flights have to be logged and identified once a drone takes off, and there's ways that we can, have the ability for somebody to identify if it's being used inappropriately. I think it would be the same accountability that anybody calling 911 and making a false report would have. We have an officer that is flying these. It's not just completely autonomously done, and somebody couldn't just say, hey, send a drone to this house to look at it. A pilot, a sworn officer who is, has an oath of office and a lot of trust that the community puts in, has to make the decision to still click on that to fly it out there. So there's a little bit of kind of measure of an officer coming in there. There's also some oversight within the department as far as what are flights being used for, the ability to look at those and identify if there is some sort of breach in what is appropriate to use for a drone.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Honda?
Thank you. So the drone will have red and blue flashing lights to identify it as a police drone?
That's part of the Skydio platform. It has red and blue lights, yes.
Some of the public commenters talked about concerns with the drones looking into windows and backyards.
Yeah, I think, and I was here for the public comment portion of that. I think part of the concern was as the drone is flying to a scene, that the camera is recording and surveilling everything that it passes. The Skydio platform, one of the benefits to that, and we talked about this system early on, is that the system is designed to lock the camera at a 90-degree horizontal view. As it flies out, obviously we're looking to fly over things. And so that's built into the system to try to minimize that it's just automatically recording everything that it flies over and concerns about that. So I think that piece of that is a piece that, hopefully that information provides some relief for those concerns.
Okay.
It's not going to relieve all the concerns, obviously. This is, kind of a touchy subject in the current times because of some other technology, and I think the DFR and drone program is kind of getting wrapped into that. But I do think it is more appropriately handled as two separate issues. But to address that concern, the system is not built to just record everything as it flies over to a location. The pilot does have some control on that because information does change. If we get that there was a bank robbery and we're flying out there and that a vehicle now left, the pilot can alter the course and change that. That's the benefit of having a pilot in there too. And maybe you have to change and not lock it out the whole way, but now try to locate a car or apprehend somebody who's fled. So, but it's built to minimize the risk of having that just oversight surveillance and constant viewing into people's private areas.
All right. So do we need to hire new officers to be the pilots?
The current plan is to use the officers that we have. We really feel that this enhances our efficiency and our capabilities and will benefit us in a number of ways. So we're not looking to increase staffing for this program at this time.
And we're going into a budget year, and the budget I'm going to imagine the budget is going to be pretty tight this year. So the first year, we're going to be using fund from the the drug seizure fund. But the next 4 years, we'll be using the regular budget process, so I imagine the general fund. How do you see this impacting the next 4 years and the police department's budget?
Obviously, we believe that this has a significant benefit to public safety in the police department, so it is something that if the council does move forward on it, we would put it as a priority in our budgeting. And those are difficult decisions that every division is going to have to make as far as how we allocate funds if they're reduced. And depending upon the budget that the police department is given, we're going to have to, look to incorporate that into the plan if the council moves forward with that, because it will be a priority.
Commander, let me get the chief to weigh in on this, on that particular issue. Do you have a ballpark idea, or maybe Steve does as well, what the balance is on the drug seizure funding and whether this is something we could rely on in years moving forward, or whether it would actually go to a general fund allocation.
Yeah, moving forward, it's going to be harder for the police department to seize funds. New law requires a conviction moving forward. So we anticipate our seizure fund, the federal and state seizure fund, to shrink over time. Also, we use that money for our special investigations unit and our narcotics detectives, so for their vehicles, their equipment, and so forth. So it's not, we don't have, it should be like one-time use. So moving forward, after the first year, we really need to prioritize the city as to we want to have this program or not. And again, as the commander stated, depending on what our budget is, we'll need to prioritize internally within the police department. We're not, we feel strongly that this program, this DFR program, will enhance public safety, safeguard our residents. And then the commander talked about safeguarding, protection for officers and so forth. And we really strongly feel that we should move forward with this program.
All right, thank you. And sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Councilmember.
I appreciate that, because we had discussed that at the committee meeting about the budget, and I just want to make sure that this is something going forward that we are going to be able to continue to afford. But anyway, I believe that the program, if it, as it is promised to keep the public safer, our officers safer, which is very important, and even the offenders safer, that it would be a useful program for the city. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hamilton, did you have another comment?
Yeah, but I think, was somebody else before me?
I don't see anybody else's. Is your microphone on? Oh, you're okay, all right.
Okay, well, I just wanted to thank everyone for coming and commenting. I think that's important to have the conversation. I did hear two different issues, though, being discussed. One was flock cameras, and one was the DFR drones, the first responder drones. So I think that there might have been an assumption made that the Skagit ruling would apply to these first responder drones, and I think that that is probably a legal leap. The premise would be that if it exists or if it's visible, the footage, that it's fair game, and I don't think that's going to be the legal standard. It's not the legal standard for body cam footage, which also records inside people's homes and when they're out and about. The difference I see with the flock cameras is they're fixed, they're continuously collecting footage, and they're unmanned. The first responder drones, from what I'm hearing, they're deployed for specific incidents, 911 calls, they're time limited, and they're operated by a human being. So to me, I see drones legally being treated much closer to body cameras than to, the automated flock camera systems. So the Public Records Act, it already has safeguards in place, like what you had mentioned and what some of our public commenters had mentioned. So I'm not as concerned about that. I do think that we've seen an increase in violent crimes in this community involving weapons, especially domestic violence involving weapons. And, just so the public knows, domestic violence those calls are the most dangerous calls that a police officer can respond to. And we don't have to speak about that risk in the abstract. We have a room named after an officer named Patrick Marr, who was shot and killed in a domestic violence situation. The ensuing officers that responded to that situation, it was chaotic, it was large, it was unpredictable. I see these drones as being helpful in a situation like that. I think these are just going to be one more tool that's going to help our officers assess the danger that we ask them to step into every single time they put on the uniform. And so I do support this program.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, thank you so
Council
much.
President Moore.
That's okay, I'll forgive you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important, first of all, I appreciate you clarifying that when they're flying out to the location, they can be logged and not be recording. And that's what I understand you saying. And of course, I trust our officers that you just said, they're sworn to duty, to their oath, to always make the right calls, and that there's accountability measures in place, and that there's policies they must follow. So you can't just blindly decide to turn it on. And, you know, especially if you're in a neighborhood, obviously, in businesses, I think it's fine. But, you know, I trust our officers to do their jobs. And I think bottom line is this. We have challenges with crime. And we charge our officers with the duty to keep our community safe. And I think that is utterly important, priority number one. And I think, you know, this is the case where we can balance the concerns that the public have. I think it's very valid. And I think you have a council that will continuously ask questions and to do a check-in on that. But I think at the end of the day, I'm going to be voting for this because we must continue to do everything we can to continue driving our crime rates down and continue to make sure that I start to hear families saying they want to come back to Federal Way or they want to live in Federal Way because it's a safe community. I think we owe it to our business owners, we owe it to our families, we owe it to our entire community, to us as a council to do what we can to keep our community safe, but also listen to the concerns that the public have. And, you know, we're here and we're going to channel your concerns and we have committee meetings. And that's where we can continue to ask questions. You know, I know Chief always is readily available to answer questions, meet with people and whatnot. So I want to say thank you to the audience for bringing up their concerns. And I want to thank you for your report and thanks to our colleagues for answering those questions. It certainly allowed me to write those answers down from you. So I will be voting yes to this because I think it's important that we continue to provide tools necessary for officers to do their job and keep our community safe. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Sessions?
I'll be short. So I'll probably support this proposal, but I need to go on record by a concern I have. This deadline to secure a contract by them, that kind of bothers me, you know, the price will go up, you know, that, it just doesn't sit well with me. I've got a drone, it's at home, it's on a shelf, it's gathering dust because it broke, you know. A lot of times these companies will have a profit, their service department is a profit center, you know, you got to keep fixing it. You got to maintain these things. Who's going to carry that burden, or who's going to have that burden is my biggest concern. Because if we already have drones in our fleet that are not serviceable, you know, how do we know these Skydio drones won't break down next year, and we have to keep coming back for money and money, more money. So I'll probably, you know, for the reasons that Martin pointed out, I'll probably, you know, support it. You know, quick story, I have a friend whose uncle was killed in Town Square Park with a hatchet. Okay?
Yes.
They caught him because of the cameras. Okay, so it's because of this story that he told me, it's a real big concern that I have, public safety. We've got to have some form of cameras. I don't like flock cameras. I don't like the fact that ICE is using them, you know, nefariously. But, you know, let's leverage technology the way we can, the best way. But there's got to be a balance, you know. But that cost, that maintenance issue, and the fact that there's a budget, or not a budget, but a deadline to sign a contract, break out the negotiation skills I know you have. You know, try to drive those costs down.
I can address some of those if you would like me to.
Please.
Part of the maintenance agreement has some systems built in for props and batteries and replacement of those things and some repairs, and there's stuff built into that contract system. This has been a program that we've been working on for almost a year now, and so the quotes and those things do expire once they come in. The deadline is frustrating, it's been frustrating for me as well, going through this process. But businesses do increase costs and those kind of things, and that's what we're seeing in that component of the deadline, is that there's cost increase that are coming. I would have loved if we could have got this done much sooner, and I could have presented this much earlier in the year. We could have seen the product for this, but I think some of the maintenance stuff and concern for that is built into the contract, where it's addressed in the annual contract piece, and the funding portion of it and how it's price increased. Unfortunately, I can't change any of that. We got an extension for a month to get to the end of January. The initial cost of this was looking at probably close to $150,000 a year when we first started our negotiation, so we're down considerably from where that's at. And we identified what we believe is the best vendor, who has the best system, who has put out a product that has been tested in a lot of areas, and we've seen that. And I've had the ability to see that, and I wish I would have been able to present that to the whole council so that you could have seen it as well. But then it's something, if it is supported and we get to move forward, that when it's in action, we would be able to show the council and see those things. There's some systems in place that provide us with some opportunities if they aren't fulfilling their contract obligations. And I think the fact that they're partnered with Axon is a real benefit for us, because Axon is an established vendor, and they want to make this work, and they are committed to assisting us. We've seen issues with some equipment that has failed, and they've taken care of supporting that in a timely manner. And so I see the same thing happening with this. We're not just relying on Skydio. We have the backing of Axon through this master service agreement. So I think that builds in some protections for us, because definitely with newer technology, there is always the concern of those things. The decommissioned drones, that was an unforeseeable thing that the FAA required, a radio transmitter, and they wouldn't accept aftermarket transmitters for government entities. And so we tried to explore some of those options. It can always happen, but Skydio has been pretty good about having this proprietary hardware and software that it integrates very well, and they are very receptive. Even some things that we addressed in the negotiating phase about these would be good features, they're now implementing those and deploying them, and Redmond had the same experience with them. They've been operational since, I think, April of 2024, so they have a little bit more vetted record with them. There are large agencies, New York, San Francisco, and some others who are Skydio partners as well. And so I think the backing of these larger agencies coupled with our Axon partnership provides us some protections that maybe address some of those concerns moving forward. Because we definitely don't want to see this system turn into something that is an air support stuck in a box on a rooftop that we can't use, because that doesn't help anybody out. And I don't want to see the city's, financial impact from a service that doesn't do what it claims to do. So I think we have some systems in place that will help with that. Obviously, you can't prevent everything that could occur, but we do feel like this is a viable product going forward. I hope that helps some of those concerns, or maybe not, but hopefully that can give you a little bit of background for where we were at.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hamilton?
I just want to make just a real quick statement, was just that, the public did bring up an issue with the Skagit ruling, but I want to, just clarify that the courts don't create law, they interpret law. And so lawmakers do need to go back and fix the law in regards to the flock footage and all of that. And I would encourage the public to reach out to your lawmakers to fix that law, because it is becoming an issue in many cities.
All right, and then Council President?
Thank you so much. So the data that you guys bring in, I assume it is highly encrypted, and the problem is, with today's world, you're dealing with a lot of people that have a tendency of hacking into places. What happens if there's a breach? What happens if there's a break in the system? And I heard you saying that it's very sensitive and it's very locked, but can you elaborate more in detail to that?
Those would be things that I think the IT department would have to better handle as far as how do we address hacking concerns. I know we have systems in place. All of this information that we have in the police department has some criteria for protection. It's sensitive information, it's criminal justice information, and it affords protection because it is people's private information. And so they have to be compliant with the criminal justice information system and that data source and meet those requirements. Unfortunately, in the world that we live in, many high-level entities do get hacked. So I don't think you can ever prevent that. I feel like our IT department does a pretty good job at implementing those things and teaching staff to be wary of those pieces. So there are systems built in place to mitigate that and minimize it. I don't think it's ever completely preventable, but the systems that are there have been around for a while, and I'm not aware of any of Axon systems that have been, compromised in those ways. But we feel pretty confident. We've been using our body cam systems and those pieces for, a while now, and it's a very good system for us. It has some accountabilities measured in. It has, audit trails and those things. If anybody views or does anything with it, there's an accountability piece that's built into that we can check on and see. So I think there's systems in place to help identify that if there was to be an issue, and also systems in place internally to make sure that it's not compromised or there's accountability in that piece.
And just out of curiosity, last question. Once the information goes into a database, how long is it stored in there?
So our retention is based on, how things are categorized. Obviously, if it's a felony crime, it's different than if it turns out to be a misdemeanor, or if it's ends up being a non-criminal thing. Axon system is built into, once it's categorized, it purges the system once it meets the retention requirements. It varies based on the type of incident or crime that occurred.
I mean, keep in mind that if a drone pulls up and it's a robbery, and there's a firearm allegation associated with it, that adds a 5-year enhancement to somebody, but you've got drone video that shows the person didn't have a firearm, that's exculpatory evidence. So you want to make sure, there's a reason why you want to retain some of this, to not only for the prosecution, but also to protect the rights of the defendant. I had a case one time in King County Superior Court where we struggled with a video and struggled to try to get a good image of whether a knife was in his hand. And at the last minute, we were able, all of a sudden, boom, there it is. And it was the whole trial revolved around, was there a knife in the guy's hand or not? And so whether somebody goes to prison or whether somebody is adjudicated to be innocent could be, this is the best evidence available. Councilmember Honda?
Are we purchasing 2 drones, or are we purchasing more than 2?
So what is proposed before you is 2 drones and 2 docks. The docks are what houses the drones on top of the facilities. They're powered, they have connectivity so that it can download those, the video and files that way. And so it's 2 drones, 2 docks.
Thank
That's
you.
what the system is.
Okay, Council President, do you have a motion?
Yes, before I do, you forgot to mention in your little information that you were a prosecutor for.
Oh, yeah, I got to do that in every meeting.
Sorry, I just wanted to help you
Sorry.
out.
Yeah, I got to check the box, get the box checked.
I feel like
All
that's
right.
in the council president job description
Exactly.
to remind you to say that.
I also paint Sasquatches on garage doors, too. so.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move to approval of the proposed drone as first responder programs and authorize the mayor to execute contracts with Axon Enterprises and Dell Technologies as outlined in the staff report.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, council, the hour's getting late. I have been conferring with our city administrator, Brian Davis, and working with staff that is here. We don't want to be here for another hour or more. So I am told that item 7B can wait till the next meeting. But we do need 6D, 7A, and 7C probably need to move forward. So I've asked, and I want to thank the staff that has been here and waiting so patiently and diligently, but because of time, the city administrator has asked EJ to step in so we can move forward expeditiously with these items. That being said, council, simply because I'm starting to talk a little bit fast and the hour's going late. We'll take as long as it takes if you have a legit, if you have a question. So I don't want you to give the impression that we're going to try to rush through these. We're going to try to use our time expeditiously. Let me ask first, though, does any council member have an objection to moving 7B to the next meeting? That's for the record, that's Council Bill, excuse me.
9:30.
That's Council Bill 930, repealing a local authority over Class 4 forest practice applications. That sounds a little bit like a snooze fest that I think we could probably push to the next meeting. So, any objection to that, Council?
How long do you think that's going to be?
Well, I'm trying to save a little bit of time. I really don't want staff to be here. We're looking at least a 5-hour meeting at this point. And actually, we started at 5:30, so we're pushing a 6-hour meeting, so.
No, I was asking if it's like a 2-3 minute conversation, then.
For the forest one, I don't know.
Okay. All right, let's just push it.
The staff have already left, and so
Yeah.
we gave
Okay.
them the, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. All right,
What other items did you add?
that's it. I'm trying to, 7B. All right, so EJ, let's get going on 7D, please. That's the interlocal agreement, King County Metro Bus Stop Enhancement Construction.
So good evening, Council and Mayor. So this was at LUTC in December. It was recommended unanimously to be on the consent agenda. After the consent agenda recommendation from LUTC, King County came back with 3 changes, and since the agreement has changed, we needed to bring it to business to just highlight those changes to council and then hopefully execute the contract. This project is out to bid currently, so that's the time sensitivity of this one, is we do need to get this contract with King County executed. This is an agreement that they are paying us. The agreement originally said 14 bus pads. There's 15 in the design plans, and that's what they're paying us for, so it's updating that typo. The second one is they had originally provided insurance information. However, King County is self-insured, so we changed the format of insurance. And the third one is there was no expiration date in the contract that King County gave us, so that the contract is now expiring 12/31/2027. The updated contract was in the council packet. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? Okay, all right. Councilor Walsh, do you have a motion?
I move approval of the proposed King County Metro interlocal agreement for bus stop enhancement construction and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember
Because we
Safadas.
did talk about making it accessible for people who need it, and is that part of this conversation? Have they had it, or what do we do?
So we are following what they have contracted us to do. So we're putting the enlarged ADA compliant slabs, but there are not shelters or benches at any of these. They are fully ADA compliant. So they are wheelchair compliant. However, there is not bus shelters, which I think was the question at LUTC. That is not what we were contracted to do, and Metro was not amenable to adding them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Walsh. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We already did it. There's been a motion, a second. That was the discussion. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, matter passes unanimously. All right, 7A, first reading, Council Bill 929, ordinance Forged Fiber 37 LLC franchise. EJ? And Leonard, or did Leonard already leave?
Leonard left. I told him he could go home. He's
All
been
right,
here
good.
since 5:30 this morning.
Exactly. I was going to say thank you. All right.
So I'm going to not pull up the PowerPoint presentation and talk through this. This is the same presentation that council has seen for several other fiber utilities in the city. We are obligated to enact a franchise ordinance with any fiber company that is authorized at the federal level and meets the franchise bond requirements. So they have paid their bond. They've agreed to abide by the city's rules and regulations. The franchise agreement was notified to PUC, which is why this one's time sensitive. So with that, this one is it's a formality, but we do need to execute the franchise agreement with Forged Fiber 37 LLC. And as was presented at LUTC, they are a division of AT&T.
Okay. Did we receive any, Heather? All right. Thank you. There are no public comments, just for the record. Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 929, Ordinance Forged Fiber 37 LLC franchise, an ordinance of the City of Federal Way, Washington, granting Forged Fiber 37 LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, a non-exclusive franchise to occupy rights-of-way of the City of Federal Way, Washington, within the specified franchise area for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, operating, replacing, and repairing a telecommunications network within and through the City of Federal Way.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember Walsh?
I move to forward the proposed ordinance to the January 2026 council meeting for second reading and enactment.
Second.
There's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously. We have, thank you, council, for your indulgence on 7B. Now we're on 7C, and we are, this is first reading, Council Bill 931, ordinance, condemnation for State Route 99 at South 373rd Street Roundabout and Access Management Program. We have John Cole, our civil engineer, who will provide a report. John?
Mayor, council members, I am here for the first reading and the condemnation for State Route 99 at South 373rd Roundabout and Access Management. Policy question I have for you is, should council enact an ordinance authorizing property acquisition through condemnation for State Route 99, 373rd Street Roundabout and Access Management? Background information, representatives from the city have made offers and corresponded with property owners and have not been able to come to an agreement, excuse me, for the acquisition of right-of-way for this project. The ordinance describes the property required for each project. Here is a map IDing the two parcels. I came before you for all three. This is just the two. Offer letters have been sent to the, I should say, two parcels. Certified mail has been sent, and legal notices have been published. Next step is a second reading during the next council meeting. We'll continue to communicate with property owners to attempt to reach a negotiated settlement. And as always, I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right. We do have a member of the public, I believe, whose property is affected, and it's Mr. Clark. Is that correct? Yes. I'm going to ask for your comment in just a moment, but before I do that, do any council members have a question for Mr. Cole? Okay, want to open that up? All right, and then have we received any written comments, Heather? Okay, and would Mr. Clark get 3 minutes? Okay, Mr. Clark, would you wish to address the council on this matter? Please address the podium, please, or approach. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just a simple statement. I had my own appraisal. I paid for appraisal to be done, a commercial appraiser from a local area. And I received an email from the appraiser today, what it was. And I also had that appraisal sent to the senior right-of-way agent, Dante Cruz, which I'm assuming Mr. Cole knows about. He's the one who's actually been communicating with me about the offer. And so he would have gotten it sometime later today. Finally, it came through. So just thought I'd let you know that the new offer or a new appraisal has been done that I'm happy with.
Glad to hear it, Mr. Clark. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. I know you've been here the entire meeting. I want to say thank you for your patience. All right. Okay. John, anything to add?
No, sir.
Thank you for waiting all this time as well.
My pleasure.
I know.
No problem.
I was watching, Mr. Clark, I was watching all of our staff and watching this, the time got later and later. So I appreciate that. And council, do you have any other questions for Mr. Cole? Councilmember Honda, it looks like you may have a question.
So, will the appraisal that Mr. Clark sent to the city have an impact on?
We'll definitely take a look and
Okay.
entertain. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Did you, anybody, okay. And we didn't have any other public comment? Okay. Councilor Walsh, do you have a motion?
I move to forward the proposed ordinance to the January 2026 council meeting for
Mayor, we
second
need to-
reading and enactment.
We haven't read the title, as is customary.
That's right. Thank you
Oh,
very much. Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title? Thank you.
Council Bill 931, ordinance condemnation for SR 99 at South 373rd Street Roundabout and Access Management Project. An ordinance of the City of Federal Way, Washington, providing for the acquisition of certain property for the purpose of constructing right-of-way improvements in the vicinity of SR 99 at South 373rd Street, known as the SR 99 at South 373rd Street Roundabout and an Access Management Project. Describing the public use and necessity of such property, directing staff to exhaust reasonable negotiation efforts to purchase such property, providing for the condemnation of the property, and directing the city attorney to initiate all necessary actions and proceedings in the manner provided by law for said condemnation if attempts to purchase are not successful.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Walsh.
Said motion.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously. All right, now we are on to council reports. First meeting of the month, first meeting of the year. We will start with Councilmember Asefa Dawson in position number 1.
Thank you, Mayor. And, yeah, I just want to say thank you, Linda, for your years of service as the council president. And Martin, congratulations for being our next council president. And I just want to say that it's my desire that we can all support to make you successful and also to make the council successful. So I look forward to this endeavor. And I just want to say the reason I was abstaining is nothing, it's not a reflection of how I feel or your leadership. It's just that I really wanted us to slow down, talk about it, and hear what the council, the candidates had to say, what we had to say, and not only us, but wanted the public to also hear and understand what it is and not rush through the process. So I know it took several rounds, but based on what I was hearing and what was going on, I was able to make my decision. So I hope you understand that I wasn't like protesting anything, or it's just in good faith that I wanted to make sure that we're moving forward and being intentional how we move forward with this. So congratulations and welcome, Melissa, and welcome Les. Looking forward to working with you all also. With that, actually tomorrow is Ethiopian or Eastern Orthodox Christian Christmas. And so my community's already celebrating. Unfortunately, I have to work, so. And then just want to say happy first meeting of 2026, and I look forward to an amazing year on this council, so thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Honda.
All right, so to our new council members, not all meetings last this long, thank goodness. But this was an exception. At National League of Cities, I brought back some books, the Little Book of Low-Cost, High-Impact Housing Solutions. I have 3 of them. If you're interested, I'll have this one in the office. I have one at home, and Councilmember Asefa Dawson has one right now. But it is pretty interesting. And I would like to encourage people to save the date for the 2026 Senior Health and Resource Fair, 10 to 1 p.m., Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. It's so weird to say 2026, at the PAC. And it's a free event presented by the Federal Way Senior Advisory Commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hamilton.
Well, I just want to thank Linda as well for her service as council president, and congratulate Martin for his new role as council president. And Les Sessoms, I'm going to enjoy getting to know you more. We kind of got to know each other a little bit, but I'm sure we'll get to be friends. And it's interesting sitting on this side of the room now. For 3 years, I sat on that side, and I was engaged, as a citizen. And so I am now on this side, and my engagement will look a little bit, different from my point of view now. But we are all up here to work for you as the residents of Federal Way. And so I look forward to working with my colleagues and making sure that we're making Federal Way the best city it can be, and to live up to this promise here being centered on opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Walsh.
Yeah, also, a big thank you for Linda for her services as council president. And congratulations, Martin. And, you know, the last 4 years, you know, the city council, former city council member from Ording, I think he said he was from.
Yep.
It sounded like with him that there was a lot of conflict on his council. And I'm very thankful that in the last 4 years, we've had you know, I mean, after every council meeting, I think we've gone home friends, you know, and I anticipate that the next 2 years will continue that same pattern. And I look forward to meeting with all of you. You know, Melissa mentioned that for 3 years she sat out there, and now she's on the other side of the dais, or on the other side here. And, you know, there's a gentleman back there and back that's been here, on that side from very diligently for 3 or more years. Maybe in 2 more years he needs to be up here. I don't know. So anyway, just a thought. So, also, the MLK event coming up on the 17th at 10:30. Okay. I think that it promises to be, you know, I've researched a little bit about the speaker, and it should be a incredible event. And I'm looking forward to it. I would encourage everyone to attend. And Happy New Year. Happy Christmas. And see you all in a couple of weeks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sessoms.
All right. Well, I'm very, very happy to be part of this group. Thank you, Council President Linda, for your leadership in getting us to this point. Congratulations, Martin, for your future success leading us as a group. I want to echo everything that Jack has said as far as events. MLK event is going to be a wonderful event. I plan to be there, and I hope my colleagues will, and you as well. I do hope that we can all find a way to move forward. It was an active evening. I've had quite a few during intermission. People were, you know, nodding that it was pretty active, and but I think we're going to move forward just fine. You know, and I'm enjoying myself so far, and you know, I'm looking forward to the next meeting, and I'm also, by the way, looking forward to the World Cup coming to the region, kicking it in Federal Way. That's big. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership in bringing that here and to the team. So, anyway.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome. Councilmember Kochmar?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the old council members for working with me. I very much appreciate that. And congratulations, Martin. And I think we have 2 new excellent additions to our council. And, you know, and I think you're right, Les, that we'll probably move. Now, you know what? The next meeting, we'll just make it longer. You know, so have more fun that way. Anyway, but thank you. I've appreciated being on the council. Looking forward to what we're going to be dealing with the next year. It's going to be a little difficult, I think, because of the budget. But beyond that, Mayor, I have one suggestion that I think we need to look at. I mean, I took light rail all the way into Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And it took an hour to get to see, but I understand it takes that long to get there. But you know what was, and I had other people come to me later saying the same thing, which I thought, which is when it said Federal Way downtown, it says Federal Way, and then it says downtown, and my brain went, what, they mean downtown Seattle? So it might be better to say Federal Way South 320th Street, because nobody knew where downtown was. I had just a suggestion. You might tell Sound Transit that. I had a number of people saying the very same thing to me.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for that
They
input.
need to learn more downtown.
That's our job. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, thank you very much for that feedback. All right, Council President.
Thank you so much. I just want to take the time to say thank you to my colleagues for this opportunity to serve in this role as your leader. Look, I will listen. I will have thoughtful conversations. I will constantly be reaching out, so you may get sick of me. But I believe in communication with all council members. I think it's really important. And I look forward to working with the executive branch of the mayor's office in collaboration. And I look forward to exploring new avenues, new ways of doing things. And so I ask the council's humility and trying some stuff that's new. And what that is, I don't know, because we're going to have conversations about that. I think it's time for change. I think it's time for something different. And so here's the thing. I may not get it right all the time, but I will learn and I will listen and be a humble type of servant. So with the public, I want to address something I always, for 8 long years, I have always valued public comments. I think it's very important because the folks that come in and take the time out of their busy day to come and advocate, that's important. That's your freedom of speech. And that will never, ever be taken away. Never. We may have disagreements. We may have different methods of doing things. But we all care about one thing, and that is creating a thriving community for our city right here, for our families, for our businesses, and everything. So we also have thoughts as well. And I think it's important that everybody is heard as well, and to continue those collaborations in a thoughtful capacity, because that's where we can learn, grow, and act. So I think I wanted to kind of comment to one of the public commenters that talked about, shared some of those concerns. And I think I wanted to address it at this moment. So I'm looking forward to serving our residents, our voters, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues as we make Fedaway a wonderful, wonderful place for everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Great job. With that, we are adjourned.